We are offering simultaneous translation for French, English, and Arabic. Headsets are available for pickup at the entrance doors. If you need assistance with the translation system, our team members will be happy to assist you.
Bismillah, Bismillah. Check one, test two.
Dear guests, please take your seats. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Dear guests, please take your seats. We will be starting shortly. Dear guests, please take your seats. We will be starting shortly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Peace be upon you.
This is Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of Momentum 2025, the inaugural Development Finance Conference. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we successfully laid the foundational stone of the summit, from mobilizing capital for resilient infrastructure and charting, of course, the course of economic diversification in all of our sessions, to urgently addressing the global challenges of the SDGs and food security. Day 1 was about the macro perspective. And today, we move into the immersive deep dive into our future and how we will fulfill our commitments, inshallah. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, navigate how sectors such as sport and culture can not only be an expression of national soft power, but also an engine, of course, for development and prosperity. Let us begin day 2 and continue our mission of forging a future of inclusive and sustainable development. Please join me, first of all, in welcoming Dr. Stephen Groff, Governor of the National Development Fund of Saudi Arabia, for his welcoming remarks and address.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Day 2, as our moderator just said. Before I start, I would like to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, for his sponsorship. I'd also like to thank all of our partners and supporters, and importantly, I'd like to thank my colleagues who've done such a wonderful job in preparing this great venue and the content that you're hearing yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Nearly 7 years ago, I arrived in Riyadh to a modest office inside the Ministry of Economy and Planning, a small team, and a simple but powerful legal framework for the National Development Fund. I was honored by the chance to contribute to the Kingdom's bold vision, though frankly at the time, I had no certainty that we would be able to build a lasting institution. You see, before that interview trip to Riyadh in 2018, I'd never even been to Saudi Arabia. When I stated this fact in my interview panel, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Tuwaijiri, from whom you heard yesterday, said, "That's not an issue. We don't want cynics constrained by past experience in the country, because what we're building today is truly different." Notwithstanding that confidence, I still wondered, could we build something durable? And this question has driven me, and I believe many here today. Can we build something that lasts? Now, as we reconvene for Day 2 of the Momentum Conference, this question sharpens, not just about ambition itself, but about the systems, partnerships, and decisions moving it forward. Across Saudi Arabia and beyond, the key question persists in various forms. Can momentum keep pace with ambition? Since Vision 2030 was launched, this question carries new weight. The rapid pace of reform and investment are reshaping expectations, turning long-held dreams into concrete projects delivered at scale. Institutions like the National Development Fund were created to sustain that momentum, to transform national ambition into real outcomes. Guided by the visionary leadership of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Chairman of NDF, Saudi Arabia is pioneering a distinctive model of development finance, one designed for speed, scale, and impact. Momentum is not an abstract idea. It is the energy of entrepreneurs, engineers, public servants, and partners turning possibility into progress every day. It's where vision meets velocity, and where delivery truly counts, in lives changed and opportunities and dreams realized. Across the kingdom, something extraordinary is happening. Sectors once marked by inertia are now moving. Risk-averse places are embracing bold action. Founders build companies from the ground up. Women entrepreneurs scale ventures in emerging industries. Engineers design future cities from scratch. Throughout, there's a readiness to think anew and move swiftly. Momentum reveals itself in tangible moments. A factory opening, stalled projects revived by finance, red tape cut to open new paths, students becoming skilled workers, startups making their first hires, and villages gaining access to reliable water supply. And this is the mission of the National Development Fund, not just promising outcomes, but delivering them, and doing so in partnership with everyone that's represented here. In just the last year, NDF and its network of development funds and banks dispersed nearly 53 billion rial across sectors, from small businesses and entrepreneurs to new homeowners and established companies. Globally, over 5 decades, more than 800 projects in 100 countries underscore that development is a shared pursuit. This is not just about announcements, but real, meaningful, and tangible achievements. These results come from a unique approach to development finance, one focused on design, orchestration, and execution, not merely approvals and disbursements. This is the foundation of the NDF. From SME financing to infrastructure platforms, the fund aligns capital, policy, delivery with a systemic mandate: reduce friction, accelerate impact, and ensure that every rial advances national priorities while attracting further investment. It engages DFIs, international partners, local funds, and regulators as collaborators in delivery, not just as financiers. And the model works. Loan syndications are more effective, investor confidence is rising, timelines are shorter, and accountability is clearer. A new generation of development finance institutions is emerging, one built to enable transformation, not just fund it. However, it's important to note that momentum is not self-sustaining. It demands trust, transparency, and openness to learning. Over the last year, NDF has strengthened its relationships with multilateral banks, export credit agencies, and private capital partners. These collaborations are active, reflecting a shared understanding that no single institution can deliver transformation alone. Today, the question is no longer whether countries can raise capital, it's whether they can move it with the speed and scale that development demands. This defines high-impact development finance, not the volume spent, but how effectively those funds actually reach the ground. Saudi Arabia's experience teaches us that when institutions match the speed of ambition, everything changes. Projects accelerate, risks become manageable, markets expand, talent stays, and confidence grows, not in plans, but in proven delivery. Momentum is a collective call and a challenge. Our work will be judged by tangible impact. Reflecting on the question I raised at the opening of this speech, it echoes differently now. There is momentum and there is impact. This is the foundation built of a system to respond faster, act sooner, and deliver better, turning opportunities into pattern, not just possibility, through partners worldwide, aligning capital and policy and delivery mechanisms. In short, I truly believe that we have built something durable and something that lasts in NDF. Anyone who's spent time here, anyone who's been paying attention knows this truth profoundly. Saudi Arabia is where ambition turns into reality. And this is not just in Riyadh. It's throughout the entire country, across all sectors and segments of both the economy and society. This is what we are trying to show you here at Momentum. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Together, let's embrace the power of momentum for a more inclusive and sustainable tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Graf, for those inspiring opening remarks. Your vision for a unified and impact-driven development ecosystem perfectly frames the discussions we will have today under the theme of Coalition for Delivery, of course, policy and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin day two by focusing on a sector that is very powerful, a powerful engine of national development: sports. Saudi Arabia's sport calendar is rapidly expanding, hosting high-profile events, securing major leagues, and preparing for the FIFA World Cup less than a decade away. But the investment here is about not just the game. It is a profound strategy for economic diversification, global visibility, and people-centered impact, of course. Strategic development in sports creates growth on many levels. First of all, it generates tourism hotspots, spurs, of course, massive infrastructure development of state-of-the-art stadiums and training centers, and of course, fosters local talent. It is about the business of drawing a crowd and harnessing the energy to improve the quality of life in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our first session, Scoring Big, Investing in Sports to Power National Development. Today we'll explore the business of hosting major sports events and how investing in sports is a powerful tool that powers national transformation. To guide this discussion, of course, we are very honored to welcome His Excellency Badr Al Ghadi, Vice Minister of Sports of Saudi Arabia, to the stage. Mr. Etienne Touboua, Chief Executive Officer of the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And to moderate this session, please welcome international host and sports broadcaster Ms. Jane Dougal.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. It is my very great pleasure to be moderating this fascinating conversation between His Excellency, Vice Minister of Sport, Mr. Badr bin Abdul Rahman Al Ghadi, and the CEO of Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games, Monsieur Etienne Touboua. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us your time and your expertise as we look at how investing in sports powers large-scale economic and national development. And Your Excellency, if I may start with you, could you just begin by explaining what has already been achieved by so much hard work when it has come to changing the face of sport in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much, Jane, for having me today. It's a pleasure to be at Momentum, this event that has to do with the development is of very close, dear to our heart, because what we do is investing in our people and growing our people, and that cannot happen without the development and support that we get from the leadership in the country. If you ask me about what we have been doing over the past years, I tell you that we are investing in sport, investing on people to enhance the quality of life of people. We started from a low point where the mass participation in sport was at the percentage of 13% in 2015. Last year, mass participation on sport reached up to 59%. So that our target for 2030 was 40%. We already exceeded this target and setting up a new target for Vision 2030. The mass participation in sport could not have been achieved without the women participation in sports, and the girls being more active actually quadrupled the their participation in sport. Obviously, we also care about the development of talents, and we have Mahd Academy that is working on finding talents at the age of 6 years old, and this is a very fundamental for Saudi to reach his ambition when it comes into achieving podium and getting the medals that we aspire for. That development and investment that we're doing is very much associated to the growth of sports economy as well. Sports economy and sustainability of all the investment that we are doing have gone a long way, actually. We started from a sport size or market size of sport in Saudi Arabia of 5 billion riyal. That was in around 2019. This 5 billion riyal is now 32 billion riyal in 2025, and we expect it to reach up to 82 billion riyal in 2030. So this shows that the investment that we're doing, we want to ensure that we impact beyond sport, but impact the whole economy, ensuring that that investment is being done in a sustainable way.
And of course, this stems from Vision 2030. For people who perhaps don't know the intricate details of it, can you explain a little more about it?
Yeah, Vision 2030 is the umbrella that focuses on or guides the development of Saudi Arabia in different sectors, and each sector works on their national strategy toward that development. So we at the Ministry of Sport lead the national sports strategy. Our colleagues at the Ministry of Tourism do the tourism strategy, etc. In the sports sector, we work on three main pillars: the mass participation, the talent identification, and the elite athletes' performance. We have a set of enablers, one of which is hosting international and big events that encourages people to participate further in sport. Another interesting one is engaging the private sector to invest into the sports sector. So pretty much it's the campus at which we focus and work on toward achieving our direction.
Well, you mentioned hosting global events. We'll come to that in just a moment, looking ahead to 2034 and the Football World Cup, of course, coming to Saudi Arabia. But someone who has extensive knowledge of hosting global events is Monsieur Toubois, who, of course, coordinated the Olympics and Paralympics in Paris 2024. Monsieur Toubois, can you just explain how much planning goes into such an incredible event with the eyes of the world upon you?
Well, thank you first for having me here. Your Excellency, first allow me to congratulate you on putting sport at the heart of the Vision 2030, because as a former Olympian and somebody who really believes in the power of sport into society, it is great to see that it's at the heart of your strategy. Well, you know, the Olympic and Paralympic Games is a big thing, and for us, we've waited 100 years to welcome the Games back in France, back in Paris. So the first thing we did was to think hard about the vision. What is it that we wanted to do with the Olympics and Paralympics coming to Paris? And as you mentioned, it takes a lot of planning. We started with the bid 11 years out, started to think about the feasibility study, and we came out with a vision that was a shared vision amongst all the stakeholders, because one of the big thing in the Olympic and Paralympic Games is to gather all kinds of stakeholders towards the same vision. And for us, that vision was delivered around three main pillars. The first one, we wanted to show France at its best, spectacular games. And that ended up with, you know, an opening ceremony on the Seine River. It was iconic venues. We had, you know, equestrian in the Château de Versailles. We used the Grand Palais for fencing, La Place de la Concorde for urban sports. So basically, we had the architectural and cultural heritage of France and Paris at the service of the Games. But we also had the Games at the service of Paris, trying to develop the northern part, one of the poorest part of the Paris area, where we had all the investment into infrastructure, which was the village, but also some of the sporting facilities. So basically having spectacular games and basically hopefully inspire the world with great images was the first thing and make us proud. The second thing was, how can we engage as many people as possible? How do we make those games national games? So it was being able to engage people, and we put that in every program. We had that in mind. So whether it's the volunteer program where we have 45,000 volunteers, whether it's the ticketing program where we had affordable tickets for people, and also for people open, for the first time it was a platform open to the world. We had 40% of people, spectators coming from outside France. It was about also the torch relay. We went everywhere in every region. 8 million people could watch. We had a program called the Paris 2024 Club, which was a digital club offering special experiences in relation to the games. People were being able to carry the torch to visit the Olympic Village. At the end, it was 6 million people out of the 60 million country that actually joined the club. And then we tried innovative concept. We've all seen the image of the cauldron rising up every night. 40,000 people watched that. We had the marathon for all. For the first time, people were able to run a marathon on the same course as the Olympic athletes. And that was fantastic. We had 800,000 people asking for bibs. We could only serve 40,000. But it was a fantastic initiative. We had the Champions Park every night. The medalists from the day before would be able to come and share with their families and friends, but also the general public. So it was another 250,000. And we had the road events, cycling, triathlon, marathon. At the heart of the city, more than 2 million people were able to see the athletes with free ticketing. And so we tried to engage as many people as possible. And that was our slogan, Games Wide Open. We wanted everybody to have a glimpse of the Olympics. And the third and last pillar was about being responsible, being in line with our time. And Your Excellency, you mentioned sustainability, but when you organize the games, you're not immune to what's happening out there. But you have a fantastic opportunity because it's such a big event with so much scrutiny that it allows you to kind of move the lines a little bit. And we choose 4 themes we thought was important to address because you cannot change the world. But 4 things: gender parity, and for the first time, the IOC and the international federations had the same number of athletes, female and male. So we pushed that. It was about accessibility for people with disability. We had the Paralympic Games for the first time coming to France, and it was a fantastic opportunity to deal with that. It was financial responsibility, and actually we came out with a profit, which is quite rare in those big events, but we're quite proud of that. So we used, and sustainability obviously with the 4th pillar, where we committed early on to half the carbon footprint compared to previous games. So I guess we can come back to that, but these were basically the whole strategy and the whole vision, and everybody kind of embarked into that vision, whether it's the national government, the local government, the IOC, the sponsors, the international federation, the NOCs. So everybody got into that vision, and that was put into a planning, because as you said, you need to plan, because in those big events, failing to plan is planning to fail, as we used to say, and we moved on under great scrutiny.
Your Excellency, Monsieur Thévois talked about infrastructure, and presumably with a dense city like Paris, it's very different from the infrastructure and the planning for stadiums and facilities that will be done in looking forward to 2034. How different will your planning be, and how is it going?
Thank you. Well, I cannot move forward without just commenting on Paris Olympics. I was there, and honestly, it was one of the greatest moments of my life, seeing how athletes in the athlete village, getting together and enjoying their time, and getting not only on a sporting aspect, but even socially, how they connect together, connected the world. Paris is a great model for us when it comes into how sustainable an event could be, not only from an environmental point of view, but the usage of existing infrastructure that have happened there, and the legacy of these infrastructure that could be used for the years after. We look at that, and we learn from it. And hosting such event is a great opportunity for a country to inspire its people. I'll give you an example. We hosted in Riyadh a month ago, the Islamic Solidarity Games. On those games, they were hosted in Konya in Turkey 4 years ago. Saudi was ranked the 15th. When we hosted it in Riyadh, we actually achieved a ranking of the 4th place. And that's because of how inspired the people are to play home and to compete home and so on. Similarly, at a bigger scale and a better scale in France, where France was on the 8th place in Tokyo 2020. France doubled the number of medals in Paris 2024. And this tells you the impact of hosting such an event and what it does to the people. That's from a hosting perspective, but also from participation perspective. I'll tell you the tennis hosting that we have done here in Saudi, whether the ATP Next Gen or the WTA tournament, had a big impact on people being interested in participating on tennis. Number of clubs have increased from 72 clubs in 2019 to 177 clubs last year. More than 15,000 students have actually participated in school tennis for the first time in their life as we hosted that event. So this is the impact of such events and the legacy it does. We have seen the same on football and the impact on football and clubs being more active and so on. So what I would say is that hosting an event is an enabler. Nevertheless, it leaves a legacy. We have seen that in Jeddah, where we have the circuit for the Formula One. We use it for Formula One. Now we use it for other races as well. But guess what? It's being used in a daily basis. People go there for cycling and running. Around 1,500 people use it every day for cycling and running. So this is a benefit from an investment that we have done in an infrastructure that is affecting the quality of life of people and so on. And back to the vision of 2030, one of the key outcomes that come there was the life expectancy in Saudi have increased from 78 years to 84 years. And this is very much linked into the quality of life, into the style of life, into people being more physically active and engaging. At home, I see that example there where I live with my grandmother, and she actually wears an Apple Watch, and she tracks her steps that she do every day. And at dinner, she tells us how many steps did she do today and yesterday and so on. And she's quite excited to move more. And that would not have happened if we didn't have that mindset of sporting and ensuring that we are more physically active and so on.
Monsieur Toubois, you have spoken about legacy in that respect also, because there were initiatives that were implemented following the Games, which were very similar to the ones that His Excellency has just outlined.
I couldn't agree more with what His Excellency just said. I mean, in France, we calculated that €1 invested in sport was €13 of savings around health issues.
Wow.
So it's an investment for people, feeling better. We know also that people that do sport, they are less sick. They go to work. So it's also productivity kind of stuff. But it's also well-being. It's about meeting people. It's a great place for inclusion. And after the Olympics, and I fully agree with the fact that hosting big events is an inspiration for people, every Olympic federation had seen a great increase in demand, up to 30%, where people wanted to do more sport, and people get excited about doing more sport. So the legacy that was left after the Games, whether it's the construction of the infrastructure, we didn't build much, but still, we renovated a lot of older infrastructure, and we had about 5,000 new smaller infrastructure throughout France, but the result was just incredible, and people want to do more sport in companies, more sport in society, more sport on the urban domain, and there's been a lot of running and cycling courses, etc. Also in transport. During the Games, we had 27,000 temporary parking places for bikes, and people were coming to the venues in bikes, 10% in some venues, which was an incredible result. Again, it's about moving and getting yourself going. So sport has this incredible effect on people. The performance of the athletes are inspiring, and it's a great emotions, and there's only sport that brings you such emotions, and in the stadium it was fantastic. But it's also about about feeling better and bringing to society. So yes, the legacy of Paris 2024 was, you mentioned national pride. Definitely people were really happy to host the world and see that we could put it off. Besides, there was all kinds of criticism before, but then when it happens, it worked. So people were really happy and proud about that and inspired. It brings optimism, which has an impact on the economy. Obviously, there was some money invested into the infrastructure, the tourism also raised, and we can see this year in 2025, there's an increase in tourism in Paris and France following the games. People, when they're asked, they say that they saw the games on TV and all those iconic venues, and they felt that, you know what, it was time to go back to Paris or to visit Paris for the first time. So it has an impact on tourism. It created jobs. We had 185,000 equivalent, full-time equivalent to deliver the games, but that created about 40,000 new jobs. And in areas like private security, for instance, where we trained 25,000 private security people for the games, 15,000 of them are still doing private security today. So it created jobs, created businesses. So on the economic side, it was good. And also, there were areas we targeted, I told you, women's sport or people with disability. Again, great increase into women's participation in sport and into access for people with disability who dare to come out and do sport and being part of society. So all these legacies, there's the tangible legacies, 4,000 homes, new buildings, etc., sports buildings, that's fine. But I think the biggest legacy is, like His Excellency mentioned, it's about pride, it's about the intangible legacy that those big events bring.
And Your Excellency, I know that's something that you're incredibly passionate about, is helping the people of the kingdom, particularly when it comes to sport, particularly when it comes to grassroots sports, and inspiring people to stay fit and healthy, like your grandmother.
No doubt, yes, of course. That's a very important thing, that to keep to work on the next generation. We're a young population. We're a population that is growing, and we want to ensure that our people are physically fit, competitive, and grow. And as His Excellency also mentioned, investment in sport have a positive return on economy, on investment that you do on health and education. And we live that. We measure it and we live it. People see it, and we want to continue to grow it further.
So Saudi Arabia has become such a sporting hub now, obviously boxing and golf and tennis, just to name a few. A particular highlight for me actually was Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury. That was a phenomenal fight. Can you just talk about the economic growth that has come from the development of sports in this country?
People see flashy events. They see Ronaldo, they see Benzema, they see these things. We actually see impact, and we live a momentum in Saudi today. We really live it. We see the impact on our nation. We see how people are being inspired and wanting to be the next champion here and there. And this is a cycle. As we invest into sport, people are being more engaged into it and active and physically. We open to the world. People come to Saudi to come and attend a match here, attend a boxing fight, or basically join in the Formula One or such events. And these events have a very positive impact. I was just telling Dr. Stephen earlier. The day that Jeddah hosted Formula One for the first time, hotels were fully booked, laundries were active, car rental was out of cars, and the whole city was vibrant and was living. And that economic impact on the city is what makes us feel that this investment is sustainable, and this investment is what we should be doing. I was just telling them as well, we were talking about the Formula One in Singapore. Until this moment, the Singaporean government supports the hosting of the Formula One. But why? Because this has an impact beyond sport. It goes into the development of the other sector and how it does that. And this is a fundamental understanding, and obviously we have the private sector engaged. The private sector engagement, as we started, was representing around 15%, but this is growing all the way to 25% in 2030. We're getting there. A key for us to ensure that is opening up opportunities for them to invest. One good example of that is the privatization of clubs. A few years back, all clubs in Saudi were governmentally run and operated and owned. Now we're seeing interest from the private sector to own and invest on these clubs. This is having a greater impact on the sustainability of that investment that we've done and on the growth of it in terms of creating more opportunities for private sector to be interested in investing on those events and sponsoring them, because they get a better reach, whether locally or internationally, and accordingly have a sustainable growth and grows the whole system and makes it more open to investments further and further, and the cycle goes on.
Yes, and thinking of football as well, there could be a certain Mohamed Salah who might be coming your way.
Well, I heard it the same way you heard it yesterday on news, but nothing at the moment.
Speaking of economic impact, obviously Paris 2024 was only just over a year ago, but Monsieur Toubois, have you already seen a long-lasting economic impact?
Yeah, I guess that's what I was saying. I think the impact, obviously, we know what's the short impact, which the direct economic impact, around 10 billion in our cases. We didn't build much, but at least we got things going, and the organization itself, it's already a 5 billion organization. But now, as I said, tourism is picking up. There's a huge and fierce competition out there for tourism, and Paris and France used to be on the number one spot, but it was kind of edging down. Now it's edging back up again, 8% value, about 30% more people coming from closer Europe. So these are direct, let's say, indirect benefit from hosting the games. But sport definitely is the heart of what we wanted to do. You mentioned also sustainability. I think it's important that these big events are a laboratory in itself to try new things and to push new things into society. And the fact that we had sustainability, for instance, at the heart of everything we did, when you look at food and beverage, single-usage plastic, the way the energy was managed with only sustainable energy and renewable energy, the way we use transport, public transport for spectators, but also bike, etc., clean fleet. All these things were a new behavior for some of the French people, which were going in the right direction. So there is a legacy that is not just only on sport, definitely on sport, but also on economic and sustainability. And I think the power of those big events is also the ability to use big symbols which people understand. And we tried at every opportunity we had to use the symbols to send message to the general public. Obviously, when you see the rings on the Eiffel Tower, you know that the games are in Paris. Otherwise, you miss something. But if you look at the cauldron, for instance, that cauldron that came into the air, it was not a carbon flame, it was not a flame, it was actually light, a mist of water with lead. Nice. So it was a non-carbon, if you wish, it was a carbon-free flame. So that was a commitment to sustainability. When we cleaned up the Seine, when we decided to take the risk to have the swimming, the marathon swimming or the triathlon in the Seine River, we committed to clean up the Seine. And this year, during summer, people were able to swim in the river. We have now swimming points in the river, 25 by 230 in the Seine and the Marne River, because it was clean. So we use the symbols. We mentioned, people with disability. For the first time, the mascot, it was a visible blade. So you can see that there was a blade, and it was the first time that we had an Olympic emblem, the logo, that was the same for the Olympic and the Paralympics. So we said, the Paralympics is as important as the Olympics. Again, we used the symbols. We mentioned gender parity. If you look at our logo, the logo is a gold medal with a flame for the passion, but has a human face, and that face is the face of a woman, again, to send a message. So these big events is a fantastic platform, a huge opportunity, not to solve all the problems, but at least to aim at a direction, inspire people, as His Excellency mentioned, and that will hopefully leave a lasting legacy.
What were the challenges, though, that you faced for sustainability? Because whenever you start to stage a global sporting event, you have that in the back of your mind. What were the challenges that you faced?
Well, you know that when you organize such a huge event, you're talking about 10,000 athletes for the Olympics, 45,000 volunteers. Everybody's coming from all over the world, 12 million tickets. We broke the record in number of tickets sold. People coming from all over. You know that you're going to have a footprint. The whole thing was, how do we make sure that that footprint is as little as possible? So in everything we did, we had sustainability in mind. We had sustainability champion in every functional areas, every direction. I had for the first time a directorship of sustainability that was monitoring. Everybody had a budget. Everybody understand that, when you're a director, you have a budget. You have a human resources budget. But they had also a sustainability budget, a carbon budget. So they had to make sure that they would not spend too much on the carbon, and they needed to be innovative. That started with the procurement strategy. Every time we procured something, every tender, we asked the suppliers, what do you do on sustainability? What do you do with people with disability? What do you do for the local economy? What do you do in circular economy? Every time we bought something, we asked the question, what does it become? Can it go back into the circular economy? And 90% of our equipment, or everything we bought, came back and had a second life. That was really important. Then, as I said, you look at the big, carbon spender, transport. We had a clean fleet, and we had people coming with public transport to the venues. 700,000 trips every day for the people. It's huge. Then you look at the concept itself. We didn't build much. We used existing facilities as much as possible, or we used temporary. So the concept, we had our venue close to public transport, again, to limit the use of cars. Renewable energy and everything we did, connected to the grid, not temporary systems. We worked with Coca-Cola to have 700 fountains throughout our venues so that people could use their bottles and not, single-use plastic, etc., etc. In everything we did, we tried to lower the carbon footprint in order to reach our goal, and at the end, we were 54% less than the previous games. So it's almost a state of mind. And when people get in the mood, or let's say aware, then they try to have the good behavior. Waste management also was another one. And actually the public followed, because we had those sensibility campaigns, and everybody was kind of proud to be part of that journey, part of the vision, and understanding that it was a key success story for the Games.
Your Excellency, I'm sure you can relate to a lot of what Monsieur Taubois was saying. In the last leg of Vision 2030, you've already touched on legacy, but what are some of the plans in terms of investments and initiatives, and how will they impact growth in sport?
I'll come to that, but honestly, I'm inspired by what I heard from Etienne now in terms of how Paris did. And honestly, Paris raised the bar and set a standard for how to ensure using the existing infrastructure toward hosting an event. And that's, I've seen it firsthand, where I've seen ministers of sport from all around the world going to the venue using the public transportation. And that was impressive, to be honest. And how tight was the security, yet ensuring that the public transportation is being used and the city is being active. He also mentioned the equality and opportunities for different people and so on. And this reminds me of one very inspiring story with the investment that we're doing in sport. We opened up women's sport recently in comparison to other countries. And we are very proud of our women football league and national team that is being already FIFA ranked. Guess what? The scorer, the highest scorer in the women football league is a girl that came from an orphanage. And she is a superstar now here in Saudi. And she inspires a lot of people. And this opportunity would not have come to her if she wasn't active and sport engaged and so on. So sports open up the world. And talking about the last leg of Vision 2030 and what are we doing there, I'll tell you, Big projects are opening up. Qiddiya, for example, which just announced the Six Flags opening this month, actually, is going to be a hub for sports. Qiddiya is going to host the Asian Games in 2034, a lot of the activities. It's a hub for sports and entertainment. There is other investments in Red Sea where outdoor sports are taking place and other activities here and there. The investment we're doing now to host the World Cup in 2034, where the vision is to have an unprecedented World Cup that people would remember for years to come. That cannot happen without a massive investment on making an excellent experience. And we're focusing here on people experience, on people enjoying this more than anything else. And the beauty of all that is whatever investment we're doing, it's actually for the people and for the generations to come. Because we are in need for these facilities, so the facilities will be used afterward for the activeness of people, and Riyadh, Jeddah, and different other cities would have a positive impact that are waiting for these facilities to come up for them.
Your Excellency, you said that you were at Paris, you went to watch. Do you take inspiration from other global sporting events, but also do you look at them and say, I might do things differently when you examine what they're doing and how they're doing it?
Definitely, we do that all the time, actually. And I personally, since I joined the sports sector in 2020, I always shared with them when I was in London in 2012 and it was announced to be the host city of the Olympics. At that time, I remember how vibrant was the city and how people were excited about London hosting and ensuring the legacy of it and the impact of people participating in sport and so on. Sorry. With that, I would say that our Vision 2030, when we first started the National Sports Strategy, we actually worked on benchmarking other countries, what they've done and so on. I've taken Australia as an example, where swimming is very active sport there. We benchmark the impact of people being active on swimming and or engaging in swimming, and how is this linked to their medals and how they are achieving their the podium toward the medals that they have. And hence we have there a study that we benchmark clearly in terms of mass participation, effect on talent identification, and then effect on elite athletes' performance. All that have led to be a role model for us, and how can we learn from it to ensure that we have a pathway in Saudi too.
We've touched on it already, legacy. If I can ask you, Monsieur Toubois, as a former athlete yourself, for those of you who don't know, Monsieur Etienne Toubois was a badminton player at the 1996 Olympics for France, representing France. How inspiring would it have been for you to have a home Olympics or a home global event while you were a participating athlete?
Well, first of all, I must say it was 25 kilos ago, so it's, I think getting inspiration from others that have done it before is very important. And we were inspired by London. When we saw the Horse Guard parade, when they had the beach volleyball, it was that started to seed the idea that using iconic venue in the heart of the city at another scale could be something fantastic. We went to Buenos Aires for the Youth Olympic Games, and they had that opening ceremony in the heart of the city, and we said, hey, this is nice. I mean, we got a lot of people enjoying the ceremony, and this is fantastic. When we saw Tokyo 2020 and became 21, we were impressed with how they started to look at sustainability and the environment, and we decided to bring it to another scale. So it's important that you get inspired for others, but it's also important that when you host such a huge event and for it to become iconic, it's like a sport. You win on your strength, meaning that your own DNA needs to be completely embedded into, and I guess the success of the events here in Saudi Arabia will be because it will be specifically a Saudi event, if I may say, something that you cannot see anywhere else. There is no other place where you can see the Seine River or the Eiffel Tower. So we played on that because that was our strength. And you win on your strength. You leave a long-lasting legacy on your strength as an athlete. You work on your weaknesses, you try to have them low, but you will win on your strength. And that's, if there's might be a little advice that I can give you is because you're doing everything fine, but it's never forget where you come from and who you are, because that's what people will recognize and will appreciate when they come to you.
And this is what our colleagues in Qatar have done very well while hosting the World Cup in 2022. Actually, they've shown the culture in a very nice way, and actually learning from others, we have participated with the Qataris in terms of organizing, and we had a program with them where we sent people to learn and develop, not only in the sporting side, but on basically traffic management, on security management, and so on. So it's a great experience, not only for the country, but for the region.
And just finally, Your Excellency, it's such an exciting project, 2034. What are your personal aims for the success of the Football World Cup coming to this country, coming to the kingdom?
Personally, I not only look for a great experience for the visitors of Saudi in 2034, but I also look for our national team to perform in that, and that's a big challenge that we're working on.
Absolutely, and we wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you very much, Jane. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I think that is all the time that we have. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your insights as well. Monsieur Etienne Toubois, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Fantastique. And to His Excellency, Vice Minister of Sport, Badr bin Abdul Rahman Al Qadi, shukran.
Afwan, shukran jazilan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. All right, thank you for that incredible, insightful session on how large-scale sports investment drive national development. The connection between capital and community impact is clearly powerful, ladies and gentlemen. Now for a new and emerging sector. The Kingdom's national gaming and esports strategy is very ambitious, including the hosting of global events such as Esports World Cup. Saudi Arabia is backing this vision by investing heavily in international companies and crucially by building up the domestic ecosystem. Of course, through incubator and accelerator programs for game developers and such. To highlight further, the National Development Fund itself is investing in innovative financing solutions to serve the entire gaming and esports value chain and community. To discuss further, our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Changing the Game, Saudi Arabia's bold push to lead global gaming and esports. Please welcome
Chief Executive Officer of Saudi Esports Federation, Ms. Rawan Al-Buteri, Mr. Mike McCabe, Deputy CEO and Chief Operating Officer, Esports World Cup Foundation, Mr. Abdullah At-Tamimi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Mirak Capital, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Brahim, Senior Product Development Manager at Gaming and Esports Financing Program, Ms. Basma Snedi, Managing Partner and Vice Chair at Impact 46, and to moderate the session, Mr. Nasser bin Rabi'an, Saudi Game Industry Expert. Good luck.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. We have an incredible panel of leaders on stage, and we're going to explore the Kingdom's ambition in the gaming and esports sector, especially when it comes to three core pillars: financing, building world-class IPs, and ecosystem development. Before I start, I would like to give you a bit of context. 15 years ago, when I graduated from high school, I wanted to work in the gaming industry. Back then, there were no universities giving and teaching game development courses, no investors interested in the scene, and only a handful of tech companies that developed games as a side business. Esports, on the other hand, was in a similar situation, I would say. You have to remember, this was the time before Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, long before the Esports World Cup, of course. Basic infrastructure like internet speed was nowhere near what it is today. What the Kingdom had, however, was a young, tech-savvy population with a growing passion. And I believe the greatest power is determined youth. Our leadership saw potential in that and acted on it by launching the National Gaming and Esports Strategy. Today, the Kingdom is hosting the biggest esports events. Saudi players are winning on the international stage, and the number of gaming companies and talent have grown significantly. Which leads me to my first question. Rawan, you've witnessed this transformation. You, alongside SAF, the Saudi Esports Federation, were among the first players to drive the development push of the local gaming and esports scene since the SAF establishment in 2017. What changes have you seen over the past few years, and what milestones stand out the most to you?
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Nasser, for your question. The journey of the Saudi Esports Federation is nothing short of remarkable. Definitely, the starting point was 2017. Fast forward, we're 8 years today. It's not just in the years that are counting for the achievements, it's the milestones that, as Nasser mentioned, are fundamental in the transformation. The federation started with a handful of players, few clubs. Today we are proud to celebrate almost 10,000 players on an annual basis and over 2,000 players professionally. The journey, I think, can be summarized in three buckets. The beginnings, the very humble beginnings, which I think lasted for about 3 years, leading up to 2019-2020, where the federation thought, let's plan the first offline event for the federation. And then COVID happened. COVID for the federation was a blessing in disguise because the whole world was disconnected offline, but the whole world was also connected online. Everyone was gaming. So instead of having an offline humble event, they've pivoted to create the first ever online event that was called Gamers Without Borders. So Gamers Without Borders, I think, was the beginning. The whole world not just witnessed the efforts of the kingdom creating charitable organizations which had a prize pool of 10 million US dollars, but the whole world was connected. Fast forward the year after, Gamers 8, an 8 weeks event that was hosted during the summer with 50 million prize pool, exciting opportunity for the local talents. Few months later, the National Gaming and Esports Strategy happened. So this was, I think, the turning point of the Federation, 2020 up until 2023. And I think the year after, our colleagues, the Esports World Cup Foundation were launched, the Esports World Cup was created. And I think post-2023 for the Federation was the focused sustainability, the core, where we thought about focusing on our leagues, really making sure that we try to create a sophisticated league whereby we have multi-genre, multi-tier, focusing on elite, women, fighting leagues and different divisions to really cater for the local talents. I think this whole cycle of planting the seeds with our grassroots initiatives, schools, universities, we have great partnership with the Ministry of Education. Just last year, we've had 1.2 million registration from different school and interest from both females and males, leading up to our local league, and then finally competing on a national level. This whole cycle and journey, of course, is supported by our Saudi Esports Academy effort. A lot of it is definitely goes back to, as you mentioned, the visionary leadership, the investment that they're doing in the whole sector, specifically in esports. And we're very proud and happy to not just see the National Esports and Gaming Strategy, but really showcasing and cementing the prioritization of diversifying the social economic development by the inclusion of esports. The future is bright and we're very excited.
Very clear. Thank you so much for the insightful response. Touching on what Rawan just said, Mike, when it comes to the Esports World Cup, it's perhaps the biggest step that the kingdom has taken when it comes to the esports sector. How has this event attracted global attention to the kingdom, and what impact has it had on the kingdom and on players worldwide?
Thank you. Great question, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with such an illustrious group of people to talk about something that's a deep passion of mine, as yours, video games. I'm a little older than you, and there definitely wasn't any university courses when I was there in gaming, but we all find ourselves in this incredible industry. It's a passion, and I think that passion is at the core of what is driving this movement. And exactly as Rawan said, the Esports World Cup is built on the foundation, the incredibly strong foundation of all the work that everybody has done. And SEF spearheaded the way with Gamers Without Borders, Gamers 8, other incredible programs that they've operated. And then the world was ready. The world was ready for a big global event. And a lot of people said it's not possible to bring the biggest games from the biggest publishers onto one stage, into one event. Historically, they'd been very isolated, and that had been a challenge with esports. The industry had struggled because the big IPs were operating in isolation and to some degree in a vacuum. But with a lot of work from many, many teams, convincing the publishers, because ultimately they own the IP. This is what's unique. It's not like traditional sport, where it's owned by nobody, or it's owned by or governed by a federation. The actual games are owned by commercial organizations, and so we needed to spend a lot of time with them to evangelize and educate the value of being together as one group. And so over 2 years now, this was July-August was our second iteration of the Esports World Cup. We've seen incredible growth. We had over 750 million viewers across the 7 weeks of competition, over 350 million hours watched, and over 3 million visitors through the incredible festival and the event in Boulevard City. And to give a little bit of context, that's bigger than the Australian Open. It's bigger than MotoGP. These are long-established global events, and that's the indication. This is the future. This is an opportunity, and I think the Kingdom is a unique place in actually driving a global agenda and delivering the biggest global event within this emergent and fast-growing operation of esports. When we look at the facilities, the incredible facilities, SEF's facilities in Boulevard City, where we host the tournament, and then all of the surrounding area, it's a blueprint and a dress rehearsal for Qiddiya. We've had, as I say, over 3 million people visiting the event in 25. Imagine what that's going to be with the incredible facilities that are being constructed not far from us here as well. And then when we look at the ecosystem, so those publishers have leaned in. They were inquisitive, so they were there for the first year. They're like, okay, let's see what this is going to be. But the second year, the number of co-hosted events that we have with publishers now has increased dramatically. And the level of support that the publishers are putting, because they don't just see this as an opportunity to deliver to a global audience, which is really interesting to them, but they're very inquisitive about the fastest growing gaming market region in the world, which is now MENA. For many, many years, it was Southeast Asia. Now it's right here. And so those big global publishers are now looking at not just how they can support and build community here, but how they can create games here. And that's where the National Gaming and Esports Strategy is perfectly positioned to be able to take account of that increased interest and be able to deliver that. And then the last point I would make was just around the global perception, and the impact locally as well. And so we've been really heartened by the sentiment, the increase in positive sentiment towards the Kingdom and what we are all doing in driving things and driving the industry forward has been wonderful to see. But seeing that over EWC, it's July and August, and as we all know, it's pretty warm in July and August, but we saw over the course of EWC, 23% increase in visitation to Riyadh. We saw over 75% occupancy of hotel rooms in the Kingdom, some of it thanks to us, as in the people, the players, and the people who are working, but we saw historically a very challenging time of year for the hospitality sector, a big growth as well. And so I think all of these things are coming together in a very well thought out way to actually drive both the economic agenda, the education agenda, and the commercial agenda.
Very clear. Abdulaziz, we've heard how the landscape has evolved, and we're discussing the Kingdom's push to lead global gaming and esport. I want to know from your perspective, how did NDF in particular contribute to that push, and how has it been going so far?
Well, first of all, Assalamu alaikum jami'an, and thank you, Nasser, and everyone for your time today. When the National Gaming and Esports Strategy, Nasser, were first launched in 2022, there was actually a huge emphasis on the role of development financing for the sector to achieve its success. But someone actually might wonder why development financing really matter. And the answer is, if you want to develop any sector, especially nascent sectors such as gaming and esport in this case, you would require to incentivize the target beneficiaries, in this case entrepreneurs, to take risk, to take the first step in doing business. And one of the most famous tools to do so is through development financing. And this is actually where NDF comes into play. NDF and its ecosystem of affiliated entities is the provider of development financing. They have both the scale and the expertise to support this industry. And actually, let me give you an example of what we have done as NDF over the past few years to support this industry. Just few months after the launch of the National Gaming and Esports Strategy, NDF launched a designated financing program, a first of its kind, I would say, to serve the gaming and esport industry, with our partners, the Social Development Bank, with a budget of 300 million, targeting the entire segment of the value chain, ranging from game developers to publishers to esport clubs, and offering direct financing. Then, we have realized that there's a need to develop the local talent in the kingdom, especially, to develop, offer more products into the market actually, especially for game developers, and attract international companies to come to the kingdom, as well as incentivize the private sector to co-finance with us. So what we have done is that we have established the first gaming VC fund in the kingdom with our colleagues at Impact 46 with a size of 150 million, offering equity financing. Then we have realized that there's a need to develop the local talent in the kingdom, especially when it comes to game development skill set. So what we have done is that we have established the largest gaming accelerator fund in the region with our colleagues at Mirac Capital with a size of 306 million, telling entrepreneurs, we will share the risk with you. We will provide you with the knowledge and the skill set that you need. Just take the first step and go commercial. And the results are, in just 3 years, the amount of approved financing that we have provided reached 366 million to 59 companies. 80% of this amount has been actually dispersed into the market, meaning that companies met the target that we have set for them, because our disbursement is based on a milestone basis. 14 international studios have relocated entirely to the kingdom from the funding that we have provided. 80 games are being developed, or more than 80 games actually are being developed by the funded studios, either in PC, console, or mobile. And last but not least, we have successfully unlocked 36 million investment made by the private sector in the local gaming industry. This is, Nasser, just our testament as an NDF, but honestly what mattered the most probably is the testament issued in the budget statement of the Ministry of Finance, which was issued last week, which clearly indicated the role that NDF has played in pushing the local gaming industry.
Very clear. On that point, Abdullah, I know you're a gamer and you're spearheading the largest accelerator fund in the kingdom, and perhaps in MENA, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
What's your strategy exactly at Mirac, and what do you aim to achieve?
Thank you, Nasser, and assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think Abdulaziz painted the very detailed picture of the overall ecosystem, and the way we thought about the fund when it comes to the accelerator fund and how early it is that you need to develop the very small seed level companies that will feed into the larger companies. So when we put the program together with the support of NDF, we envisioned that we will have 4 batches, approximately 10 companies per batch. So you're looking at 40 companies for the accelerator over the next 2 to 3 years. And then a direct investment sub-program where we invest in 10 companies or so. So you're looking at, we were looking originally at 50 companies. But honestly, because of the extreme high demand that we got, we almost doubled that. So for the accelerator, although we were aiming for 10, using the same budget, we got 19. And it wasn't because we aimed to increase the utilization. It was because of the demand. The demand is extremely high, not only from the kingdom, but also the region and the world. We were blessed enough to time the fund in such a moment that funding in general was not that available to gaming companies globally.
Yes.
So when we started the application for the first accelerator, when we were targeting to accept 10, we received more than 400 applicants. Now let me tell you, generally for a general accelerator, not a gaming accelerator, you generally expect to receive from 200 to 300 applicants. We received more than 400 applications. And even the accelerator was not targeting extremely idea stage, early stage companies. It was targeting established company established product that is in the seed, not in the angel stage, but in the seed stage. So the moment we saw that demand in the first batch, we knew we're gonna overachieve in terms of the applicants and the program participants. So what do you do in such a moment? We created a boot camp before the accelerator to accommodate up to 50 companies. And from the 50, we select 19, 18 companies to spread the knowledge and spread the capabilities that we do. And I am proud to say today, although originally we aimed to be the largest in the region in terms of accelerator program dedicated for gaming, we believe we are the top globally dedicated gaming accelerator in the world, based here in the kingdom. And the reason why we say this is that, number one, the size of the dedicated fund is quite significant. It's actually the largest gaming fund in the region and Europe, with the support of NDF. And on top of that, the world-class mentors. I invite anyone in the audience to please come and visit the second cohort. See for yourselves the world-class mentors we're bringing on board. We are bringing 20, 30 plus years of experience of publishing, development, creative mentors that created the games all of us touched in our lifetime. Grand Theft Auto, FIFA, Zelda, all these games that you hear. The people who are participating in creating these games are here in the kingdom, and they are playing their part in establishing this ecosystem. So, to take a step back, a 30,000 foot view on the fund, so you have an accelerator focused vertical where we now plan to graduate not 50, but 80 plus. And from what I heard from the team, and maybe I'm going to put them on the spot, most likely 80 is going to be also overachieved. So we're looking at more than 80 now. And so that's the accelerator component. So you're looking at 4 batches over the course of the next 2 years. So we finished the first batch. We graduated a big portion of companies through the bootcamp and the accelerator itself. And now we're going through the second accelerator, which is open for visitation. And then soon after, we're going to launch the third and the fourth. The second one had a strong theme of AI and gaming. Mm-hmm. And we got mentors that teach developers on how to utilize AI tools to accelerate their game development phase. And one of the things we aim to achieve, to answer the last component of your question, is we are determined in producing a unicorn in the gaming industry in Saudi Arabia. And hopefully, with the support of the whole ecosystem, more than one.
And I believe you're heading in the right direction. Allow me to maybe ask Besma. Besma, I met with you 2 years ago before Impact 46 announced their gaming investment plan. And you told me about the ambition you have and your plan to invest in both local and global game companies. Today I understand that you have closed several deals, and I would like to ask you about these deals and how you have attracted global studios to the kingdom.
Thank you to everyone and to you, Nasser. Let me just pause in the timeline. So Abdulaziz mentioned that the strategy didn't surface until 2022, and now we're in 2025. So in the span of the last 3 years, a lot has happened in the gaming sector to where we are today. Impact alone has invested in 17 companies, 80 companies by Mirak, which is also an impressive leap of development that we've witnessed in a short 3 years. And the total deployment that we've done through our fund is around 280 million riyal in these 17 companies. So when we look at the timeline, when we look at the pace of development that we're seeing in the gaming sector, it's quite an impressive collaboration that's happening between the different stakeholders with the grassroots and the enablement that has been done by NDF and the belief and vision that we all share in the sector in general. I think the main first step that allowed us to take that leap of faith and expectation of growth in the sector was honestly the shared vision and the shared value that we saw with the enablers, including NDF, that this is not just a developmental goal. This is an economical goal that we all see in terms of expectation and in terms of return when we are investing in the gaming sector in Saudi. And that's what's attracting a lot of the gaming investors or companies. And that's where we are today in terms of investing in locally developed companies and international companies that are expanding into the Saudi market. So just looking at the number of companies that from the 17 that we've invested in, around 5 are relocating to Saudi or have already relocated to Saudi. It's a mix between developers and publishers and platforms in general. But the value that a lot of them see in the Saudi market is with the population adoption and with the number of users and number of growth metrics that can be implemented in the Saudi market comparatively to other regions. In addition to the overall infrastructure that's being set to support the growth of the gaming companies. So a few examples of some of the companies that we have invested in. GameCooks is a Lebanese company that's now relocating to Saudi with the founders, the team set up here and opening up their offices here. Hype Masters is a publisher that's coming into Saudi, supporting publishing for locally developed games with cultural appropriation type of solutions that are provided to the Saudi market. And many more names to mention, but the value that a lot of these companies are seeing is definitely a shared value in terms of growth potential that we're seeing in the gaming sector.
Very clear. And I've personally witnessed that when I attended the graduation day of your Accelerator's first cohort. The passion was there, the energy was there, and everyone was so excited to operate in the kingdom. I want to go back to the esport front, Rawan, and ask a relevant question to the question I asked Mike earlier. But I want to know from your perspective as the CEO of the Saudi Esports Federation, how has hosting major events contributed to the development of local talent and the kingdom's global visibility?
Thank you, Nasser. Very important question. I mean, I won't state the obvious or something that Mike has mentioned already. The spillover effect on tourism, social and economic development on the kingdom is evident, of course, but specifically on local talent, it's a perfect platform for our youth to really compete on an international stage, even if hosted in Riyadh. I think the Esports World Cup for clubs, nations, hopefully next year, is an international stage. It's hosted locally. There are also opportunities for international stages where our young talent have showcased what Saudi ability can present. I mean, you spoke early on statistics, tech-savvy, young population, but you forgot to mention that 67% of our population associate with gaming. Mm-hmm. That's a big, big number, yeah? And that passion really can be translated in talent. I mean, we saw 2 weeks ago, Overwatch final. The finalists, Qadsiya, Twisted Minds, both competing on an international stage. Falcons, of course, winning twice in a row, really saving the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Of course, I mean, think about the other clubs in Saudi. Everyone wants to really win that stage, really competes on that level, and really represent the kingdom in the way that it should be. So that sort of healthy competition drives talent, want them to do more. I mean, every year when the Esports World Cup ends, we meet the clubs and we tell them, so what's next? Are we saving the cup next year? Everyone says, we're ready. We are definitely gearing up to next year. We're getting the talent, the right talent in place. And now we have the Nations Cup. We are also gearing up as well to really represent the kingdom in the best way possible. And I don't want to mention just clubs representation, even individuals. I mean, Saad Dosari really represented the kingdom at a very young age. 18 years old,
Yes.
winning FIFA World Cup twice in a row. Najd al-Fahad, Mould al-Kanhan. You have Tan al-Mazroua, just a few months back, at 17 years of old, won a gold medal, first of its kind for a Saudi female at Asian Games. The future is bright. We're very proud of our talents. And I think just stay tuned, hopefully, for next year.
That's a fantastic answer, Rawan. Thank you so much. Mike, and I'm trying to be mindful of the time we have. Rawan spoke about the Esports World Cup and the Esports Nations Cup. I would like you to speak more about what should we expect next from the Esports World Cup Foundation, and what are your plans to make the kingdom the world's top host nation for esports tournaments?
Okay, and I will be brief, I promise. So three things for us. One is around building on the foundation and building the legacy of the existing events. And so the first 2 years of the Esports World Cup were about bringing people here and establishing a rhythm, making it a habit that every July and August the Esports World Cup happens here. And for us, this year was very much a scale year, so increasing the scale of viewership and the attendance and everything that we had. Next year is really about connection and innovation as well. We really want to push the boundaries of innovation. Now we have the trust. Now we have the precedent. We can continue to push on that. So a lot of really fun things that we're looking forward to there. And then when it comes to really connecting more broadly with the ecosystem, whether it be within the publishers ecosystem, the club ecosystem, or the global ecosystem is going to be a big focus for us. The second one is, Rowan mentioned, the Esports Nations Cup. So November next year, 4-week tournament, nation-based competition versus club-based competition. So we are incredibly excited about the potential that this brings, because there's two key differentiators here. The first is national pride is like nothing else. And we see this as a massive opportunity to open the aperture as to the people who are engaging within esports. It has been very much an endemic audience, but we believe that with the Nations Cup being our vehicle, and people having their national flag on their chest is going to open the aperture massively. And it also expands representation. So it won't just be the big esports countries who will be here. It will be every country in the world that we can build a pathway for them to be here, and that will help with the legacy that Rowan talked about as well, more globally as well. It's incredibly important that we do it here, but we have an opportunity and a responsibility to support the ecosystem more broadly. And then the last point is just about the pathway to careers. We are playing our small part in that broader national gaming and esports strategy role, where we will create pathways for people to work in broadcasting and event development and IP creation and all of the work that goes on behind the scenes to put on that 7-week event. So it's a unique opportunity. We're very proud to be able to represent our small part of this big program.
As much as I like the Esports World Cup, nothing compares to my excitement for the Esports Nations Cup, so I'm looking forward to that. Abdullah, you spoke briefly about your plans for the future. Could you please highlight where you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, both as Mirai Capital and the Accelerator, to be specific?
Sure. So what's important for us in the medium term, so 3+ years, is that we have these companies that we funded, whether directly or through the accelerator, either receive further support and funding from publishers, or other investors. So that's a big element in our program. And the successful ones also, we have allocated for them a follow-on investment whereby they attract other capital, part of what Abdulaziz mentioned in terms of more participation from the private sector, so that we can support these companies become true national champions that are championed by both government, corporate, and private entities. So that's what we look into in the medium term. Now, beyond that, we do expect further influx of startups that are coming from the region and the world to the kingdom. The reason why we see that happening and we see that increasing is that the kingdom has developed a great ecosystem that supports gaming and esports and is producing a lot of talent as well.
Yes.
So you have multiple universities now that have dedicated programs into development in games and game-related technologies. As a matter of fact, just 2 days ago, we announced a gaming technology Saudi startups called Quacks that we just invested in. So that is a new trend that we're seeing, that we don't only see game developers, but actually infrastructure developers coming from the kingdom. And we will continue to see more of that with AI, a big change in how games are developed, and we anticipate to see an increase of startups from the region and the world into the kingdom.
And it's a natural development. If you have game developers set in place, naturally you would find companies that would build tools for those game developers. And Quacks is just an example of that. Besma, you recently, I have to ask this question, but you recently closed one of the largest deals in the local gaming sector. It's the largest deal, in fact, over 50 million USD to the famous mobile game Kamminna. Can you share more about that deal and why it's fundamental to developing the local gaming ecosystem?
So Kamminna was one of our recent investments. We were fortunate enough to see the growth and the vision in alignment with the founder and the team. The investment in Kamminna comes as a belief in the local development and the local growth of the mobile gaming sector in general, but specifically in card games, Balot and others. The journey that Kamminna took is very interesting, and the growth that they took as well is very interesting. They are their users are 10 times loyal, with a higher retention, 10 times higher retention than their peers. But the monetization on Kamminna is 4 times less than their peers. So that completely changes the growth potential in terms of there is an arbitrage that can be created in terms of monetization on the local development scene when we're looking at global players that are operating in Saudi. But there's also another value that we've seen in the company, and it's not just about the numbers, it's about the execution. So we don't only invest in numbers, but we invest in the team and the value that they bring. The team only can grow if they have the right infrastructure in place in terms of business excellence, operational expertise, and technical development and growth that we want to infuse in the company and that we want to help the company grow, similar to what we've done in Jahez, in Rasan, in Tamara, in all of the other companies that we've invested in throughout the technology sector. We believe that in the gaming sector, we're now at an intersection of growth. The gaming sector today is what the technology and startup sector was in 2018. There's a lot of opportunities of growth to come, inshallah. And our investment is Kamminna is not just a testament of potential of investment in the sector, but it's also a testament of the sector itself can support the growth. So with such a large investment in Kamminna, this creates more opportunities of M&A within the sector. This creates more opportunities of synergies that can happen within the sector. And I think that's one of the pillars of growth that we're expecting to happen in the next 2 to 3 years in the gaming sector.
Is Kamina the next gaming unicorn?
Inshallah, yes.
Abdulaziz, I'd like to end with you and ask the question of what's next for NDF in the gaming and esport front?
Well, if I could try to answer your question, I would say that if you want to imagine the future, you have to take into account the variables that you have today, or the factors that you have today. So if you reflect that on the gaming sector, you have several facts. And the facts are, you have an ecosystem of partners working closely together in a way that I have never seen before to achieve the national targets. You have a young population that are passionate about games. You have an advanced technological infrastructure, and you have a relatively high average spending per user in game compared to the global average. If you take all these factors into account, definitely it will indicate one thing. We are heading into something great when it comes to the gaming industry, and hopefully becoming the center of the game by 2030, which is our national targets. As for NDF, we will continue to perform our role of providing development financing to the sector, in collaboration, of course, with our great partners, the Social Development Bank, Impact 46, and Merak Capital attending here today, as well as other partners working with us in the ecosystem today.
Very nicely, well put. I think from my perspective, and to end the discussion here, if there is one takeaway, I would say, from what I've learned from you, the kingdom is clearly not asking where the industry is going, but helping decide where it should go next. Thank you so much for the clarity, for the insight, and the honesty you've shared today. And thank you to the audience for being part of this conversation. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you to our esports panelists for illustrating how this disruptive sector is, a potent force for job creation and economic diversification. We now, ladies and gentlemen, turn our attention to a fundamental challenge and opportunity of our time, the future of cities. Over half of the world's population live in urban areas, a figure projected to rise nearly by 70% by 2050. Our next conversation will be centered on investing strategically to advance sustainable urban development. Please welcome our distinguished panelists. His Excellency Dr. Hamid Al-Sheikh, Minister of State, Board Member, National Development Fund, Saudi Arabia; Ms. Anna Germer, former Mayor of Stockholm; Ms. Noura Wittstruck, Managing Director, Chief Analytical Officer of Global Public Finance, S&P Global Ratings. To lead this important session will be moderating Ms. Farah Naz, Global Climate Director, SJ Group. So welcome them to the stage, please.
So we share this.
Welcome to the session, ladies and gentlemen. Cities hold the power of limitless imagination. Today on stage with our distinguished guests and experts, we are going to take you to a journey and we're going to talk about cities, financial retrofits, financial strategies, economic growth, investments, truly making cities the powerhouse of the future. His Excellency, may I start with yourself? Rapid urbanization has been the big part of conversation for cities, and it holds huge potential. So what economic growth opportunities do you think this brings in our present world? And how can we capitalize on these opportunities?
Thank you, Farah. To start with is urbanization and urban development is very important for any economy and for the development of any economy in general. If we look now, almost 50% of the world population is concentrated in cities. It is estimated that 70% of the world population will be in 2050 in major cities. If we look at Saudi Arabia as in case in the study, we had prior to the 1970s nomadic population and rural population more than urban population. We started one shift of migration from nomadic to small villages, to small towns, 70s up to the 90s. Then started the education in these small villages and towns. Then there come the search for job opportunity in the city. So there was also another shift of population migration from small cities and towns to the major cities. So we look at Riyadh, we look at these major cities now. They are center of development, and if we look globally, those 70% are going to be in major city, most of them in either Asia or Africa, in low-income countries or middle-income countries. They need more development in infrastructure and institutions, which they are still building. So this is, if they build it inefficiently, they will suffer from maintaining it and managing it. So they have to build these, I would say, urban centers in a most efficient way, such that the cost of living will be to the minimum and the well-being of the people is the highest. So they will give them the highest welfare that they can obtain in a city, from education, health, entertainment, transportation, all of that, and also living opportunity in these cities. So it's very important to develop, and if we look at cities now, they are the highest contributor to any economic growth in any country. Because over the time, globally, agriculture and I would say rural economy is shrinking as opposed to industrialization, as opposed to major city and industrial complexes. So concentration of centers lead to spillover and lead to economies of scale, leads to efficiency in using human resources, leads to efficiency in using finance, availability of know-how, availability of new experts in the whole economy that could be changed from one center to another center to transfer their experience, etc. So it's very important that we build urban centers in a most efficient way. Otherwise, we will suffer from inefficiency going forward we will not be utilizing the government spending in the most optimal way. So it's very important that we have that kind of look when we are developing our urban planning in a way that also consider specialization, priority subsectors in the economy. So if we have, for instance, pharmaceutical industry, then we have a zone for pharmaceutical industry. If we have automotive as a very important, then we have zone for that, because being together, adjacent to one another, decrease the overall cost, increase the efficiency, and in that case, increase the returns to our public investment. I hope I answered in general.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your insights. Anna, this question leads very beautifully to what I was about to ask you. Entire cities are now being built around strategic sectors like healthcare, education, well-being, logistics. These cities specifically are geared for economic growth. So how can we ensure the success of these cities?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me to be here. I have to say I've been to many conferences, but this is the most professional conference I've ever been to, so congratulations for the Momentum Summit. And as His Excellency was saying, that it's of true value for a country to have a diverse economy built on different sectors, and of course also to see the different cities, especially capitals, as economic engine of a country. And my experience is that when we had a financial crisis in 2007, but also the pandemic, we managed to bounce back the economy quite quickly because we have different also sectors within our cities, life science, logistics centers, etc. But what I think is also important for the future is not only to see it as industry sectors, and I know that the Kingdom is also in line with that strategy, but it's also to see it as an ecosystem with a lot of strong talent pipelines, innovation districts, collaborative governance, etc. Because I think that the future also is about competing with other cities around the world when it comes to future talents. So we have to look for very high quality alumni programs for the universities. We have to find ways to collaborate with the city, with universities, and with academia and the citizens. But we also have other different examples how we can work with for example, mentor programs, and to create a great strategy also for families coming, not only for the specific talents, but also for the whole family, that this is a great place to live in, and the balance between nature and urban life, between working life and urban environment, and all these things that also is quality of life. I think that is very important, and international schools, for example. So talent attraction is going to be a main factor for cities ahead. But also what you can do if you look at Stockholm, for example, and many other cities, when we have different districts, and we also see them as living labs, and we can test things, we can scale things. For example, we have a logistic district and a green construction site where I live. It's going to be finished 2037, but you know you're on a journey and you can follow it on site, and then they, for example, use reused material, because only 9% of the material worldwide are being circulated. But on this side, they collect soil and other material from excavation, and they reuse up to 90% of the material on site. So it reduces heavy traffic, it's also more sustainable, and it creates solutions you can also export. So that's other examples of how we work with districts where people actually live, but still we have all this innovation being tested throughout the whole district. So that's another example. But of course, the importance of not only working with industry and company and academia, but also to create quality of life in the city with culture, experience, and that is also attracting a lot of international attention, I would say.
Thank you for sharing your insights. That's quite, those are lessons that could be adopted in any parts of the world,
yes,
especially
definitely.
here. Yes. So Nora, I'm going to take a finance perspective on this question with yourself. So how can cities improve creditworthiness to attract private sector capital for long-term infrastructure, investments, and sustainable projects?
Yes, thank you. And I echo Anna's comments about the conference. This is a great experience and really appreciate being asked to speak here. But I'll start with saying I think His Excellency and Anna both sort of laid the groundwork for my comments in that when you think about creditworthiness from a credit rating agency's perspective, it's really about predictable revenue streams that will help make your will help you pay your financial obligations on time and in full. So the credit rating that we assign is very much aligned with many things, including economic diversity, but what type of framework is available for subnational governments or governments generally, like sovereigns, to leverage revenue streams that they have to make the infrastructure investments that they need to make. And I think some of the examples that are outlined in the Vision 2030 plan that the Kingdom is undertaking is laying the groundwork for that type of initiative with the stock exchange and the development of the bond market. All of those will help facilitate a debt market that will allow for those types of obligations to be issued into the cross-border issuance cycle. So things like economic diversity around oil, that's very important to this country. And then also some of the sectors that are outlined like education, healthcare, tourism, all of that will help make the economy more resilient through multiple economic cycles. So Anna mentioned the pandemic, the great financial crisis, all of those things, cities and governments that were well diversified responded and rebounded much more quickly following those major events, including New York City, where I live, which is, everyone thought was going to die after the pandemic, but it's back and it's alive and it's functioning just as we thought it might following the pandemic as well. But in terms of private capital, I think one thing that Saudi Arabia could take away from that is not only the predictability and credibility of the revenue stream that helps underscore the debt obligations that are issued to finance infrastructure and development of cities such as Riyadh. I think the other thing is that there should be transparency in the market. Bondholders and investors, whether they're global or domestic, really look to that transparency to make sure that they can monitor their investments in the country. We do the same thing at a credit rating agency. The ability to receive regular and transparent information is very important to being able to monitor the credit rating that we have on a particular obligation. And then I think thirdly, in terms of private capital, some of the regulatory framework that's been altered within or revised in the country is very important in terms of establishing the Capital Market Authority in 2015 and the Saudi Exchange. Both of those together help to facilitate an ecosystem which will be better for the bond market generally and for subnational governments more broadly. Other than that, I think that the Public Infrastructure Fund and the National Development Fund that's sponsoring this conference, they both are critical components to the infrastructure developments in the kingdom. And I think their ability to leverage their own balance sheets to provide for that capital market and that bond market facilitation is very important overall. And we see that in other countries with sovereign wealth funds. So those are very big participants in the market here domestically. And then I think finally, when you think about some of the other sort of sub-funds underneath the National Development Fund, like the Tourism Development Fund, some of their ability to provide grants to subnational governments or other types of funding support to facilitate the types of things that are happening in the country, like the FIFA Cup in 2034. I think all of that will help in terms of getting private capital investment. And finally, workforce that Anna mentioned, having a diverse workforce and labor pool is also very important to private investment as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that. His Excellency, I would come back to you now with a follow-up question on, you shared some really good insights. And my question is, how can cities turn population pressure into an engine of economic growth? How can we push this forward to really amplify what we are doing?
We start with the fact that population density is very important, and cost. Delivering services for rural population is more expensive. Delivering education, health, connectivity, housing, all kind of services is more expensive for rural population because of the density. So it is more efficient to deliver it in urban center. So urban center need to be planned carefully in order to create a city that is efficient. It has really to take into consideration all the cost of services, all the infrastructure into consideration and its cost. When we talk about the distribution of schools, the distribution of health services, the connectivity, the congestion, the transport, and also planning wherever that country is, having comparative advantage in certain subsectors, is how to divide it into zones that is connected efficiently and yet can work within its own pole to optimize its internal resources and external links. Connecting with ports and airports and supply logistics. These all has to be taken into consideration. Saudi Arabia now, from the beginning of its development, we created Al Jubail and Yanbu as industrial cities. And we created probably 38 industrial cities all over the country. And now we are moving into more centers, or I would say cities, that is linked with the new economy. A new economy, for instance, Qiddiya is an entertainment city that is built, and it's going to be, if you have a chance to visit it, it's going to be inaugurated at the early stage next year in 2026. We are talking about also urban zones like Khuzam in northern city of Riyadh. It's almost a new modern city that is taken into consideration the environment, the entertainment of the people. There is a new lake that is inside that neighborhood or that city There is a garden that is larger than any garden probably in Saudi Arabia. If you take Forsan, if you take Roshan, if you talk about Center for Electronics Manufacturing near the airport of Riyadh. So the spillover, economic spillover is there between the electronic industry, aerospace industry near also the airport. If we go to automotive, we are going to King Abdullah Industrial or Economic City north of Jeddah. All the automotive is there. If we are talking about building ships, we are talking about Ras Al Khair, where there is a whole complex for building platforms for oil exploration in the sea and also building. So it is very important when we are talking about giga projects that we take into consideration how we can distribute them and how we can also concentrate them in order to minimize the cost and optimize also the benefit for the whole economy in terms of employment, in terms of reducing their cost of transportation, logistics, availability of energy, availability of other resources which might affect also the efficiency of those new modern centers. So I would think that we are going in the right direction in terms of distributing where we concentrate our subsectors, priority subsectors. We don't want to go into activities that will not be competitive in the long term. That is not good for any economy. That is not good for any city or any urban. No, we want to go into products that has a relative competitive advantage, even if it's not realized now, it will be realized in the future. Give it the best chance in terms of creating the ecosystem that make it successful in the future. And that is with the guidance of Vision 2030 and His Highness the Crown Prince is what we are doing through the National Development Fund, through the BIF, through all the giga projects.
Thank you for sharing the ecosystem and the systems thinking approach that Saudi is taking, because that's a really important to understand how the future would look like and how all of these stories come together and the diversification point. I really liked your point about the optimization of cities. That is truly very important. I think each of the panelists touched that in a different way. Anna, I would like to come to you on my second question. All that we're talking about, investing on cities, optimization, diversification, it requires one key human attribute: collaboration. So based on your experience and all the things that you've done for your cities and globally, can you share how can collaboration models work between different entities, and how can we use the power of collaboration to accelerate economic growth and urban regeneration?
Thank you. It's like the quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go a long way, go together with others. And that's the mindset and the culture we need to build. And it's a true privilege to listen to His Excellency and the strategy, because even though we need to work cross-border and cross-sectors, we also sometimes need the silos. Because when I talk to big companies as Ericsson and others, they said, you know, the real experts and the specialists, they want other peers to connect with and discuss. So it's not only be, you know, cross-border collaborations. We also need this very in-depth learning. But then we have to connect the different parts together and collaborate in different projects. And that's what we can do if we specialize in different sectors. For example, life science or more environmental friendly areas where academia and researchers could meet practitioners, but also meet startups. And when they meet, it's reduces the time to market, but also new innovation, is my experience, will evolve. So we use different types of collaborations that could be scalable all over the world. Sensible Lab with MIT, and I know that the Kingdom is collaborating a lot with international universities as well, together with their local universities. But actually, what we did is that the city came to the lab, and it was both Swedish and US universities, and asked, this is the challenges we have in the city, can we co-create solutions? That is one example, and now this Sensible Lab is scaling to Rio de Janeiro and Amsterdam and many other places. Another lab or collaboration we established was together with big industry companies in our city. So we were sitting in at the same table, and I know that you work with this here as well. But just to say that this is the main focus of the main challenges. What can we come up with because the industry have a lot of innovation that the city doesn't know all the time, not aware of. It's very difficult to be informed about the latest innovations. So that's why it's important to have also collaborations with startups, with researchers, and also some research that's never been implemented, because the researchers come to the policymakers with books. And I tell them, I can translate your research to know what value for the policymakers, so they can understand how it could be implemented and why, and the benefits. So that's another kind of collaboration that we work with. So it's almost like a living lab, but as I often say, it's quite easy today to do pilots, but to scale it, and that's why I think the Kingdom is really successful here, because you scale it in a totally different level. When we test AI sensors in water, I hear here it's implemented from the beginning, and that just was one example of what we came up with this digital future, because we have leakages in our water pipes from source to tap with 25%, so it's quite a lot. So we needed to develop sensors and other things to detect bacteria and leakage in the water. Just one example. But to have this collaborative mindset that we can co-create solutions with different triple helix collaboration, I think that's the way forward. And also to use the citizens in living labs. Where in your apartment do you use electricity and cooling most? And to put a layer on AI, so we can proactively also, monitor and steer it for you in the future. That's other example when we have people living in different homes, and we use AI. And they are also aware of it. So it's definitely, they are a part of a living lab.
Thank you for sharing the concept of triple helix of collaboration. That's super interesting, and sharing the case studies and the pilot cases.
If I could just add, yes. I think, Anna, a point that we talked about before this particular panel is that you also have to collaborate at different levels of government to achieve the policy and goals that, that would benefit the whole kingdom or the whole country, depending upon where you're located. I think that's another important collaboration that I see on a regular basis, but I think is also something that sometimes if different levels of government are misaligned, or if they're not all sort of rowing in the same direction, it can prevent some of the outcomes that are beneficial.
Can you share an example where you have implemented something like this? Because it's a very important point of collaboration across different levels and government entities.
Yeah, I think, affordable housing is a great test case for collaboration. I think if you're thinking about broad scale affordable housing, you really have to have sort of the central government or the federal government, as well as different levels of government, all thinking about that policy directive and what type of incentives can be brought to developers on a broad scale to achieve that outcome that you need. And I think, for example, the workforce here in the kingdom is so young that affordable housing is really a way for Riyadh and other parts of the country to be competitive, as Anna mentioned. You also have to work together and create almost like a mini city where affordable housing exists. For example, you have to create an ecosystem that might be well connected to transportation networks so it's not difficult to commute, or you might need it to be connected to green space for people who have children or animals or pets that want that green space available to them as a way to get outdoors. Finally, you might need to have it connected to grocery stores or other amenities that people need on a day-to-day basis. In New York, where I live, and in many other countries, people go to the grocery store every day because they don't have, the refrigeration capability, or in like an EMEA, or they might have other, small spaces that they live in, like myself, where you just can't stock up and have a lot of things at your disposal. So you go every day to pick up the things that you need to make dinner that night. So grocery stores are a key aspect of that ecosystem when you're thinking about affordable housing. I think the other thing you have to think about affordable housing is having a diverse set of different types of housing, right? So someone who might be single and early on in their career may need something different than when you move up and you have a family or you have children, you need bigger spaces. So having that diverse type of housing available and having it be affordable at all levels is really good for all levels of the socioeconomic stratosphere that may exist somewhere in a city or in a country. And I think that, really that is a way to help your community remain resilient, is when people can actually continue to live and work in the same area rather than having to move if they need a different type of housing to serve their needs.
Nora, on that point, can I just double click on how can this be a driver for increased investments? Because all cities are looking for investments and return of investments on the growth. So can you touch a bit on how this could be a good investment opportunity for the city itself?
So, obviously in my role, we don't advise, we don't, provide advice on what could be better versus other things. We typically just opine on what we see and things that have worked for other communities. And I think in terms of urban planning, it's really a long-term perspective, and I think His Excellency sort of referenced this, but thinking about the way that you want to urban plan and the way that you want to create development takes a lot of effort. And whether you use sort of a district system that Anna was mentioning, or whether you use sort of a comprehensive micro community that exists within a city, that's another way that could be done. And that's, as I mentioned, sort of connecting all of those amenities and to the type of housing that might be available for a certain area in a city. I think that's really the way that you can strategize around urban development and planning, and thinking about sort of that long-term perspective of your city, so that for generations to come, people will continue to live in them, rather than thinking, oh, I have a family now, I need to move elsewhere because I need a bigger house that I can't afford in the city. Or maybe they're thinking about, as they grow older, where they should live because it's closer to healthcare or it's closer to, family. So I think having that affordable housing dynamic playing a role in your long-term urban development strategy is really key to a lifelong journey for individuals and families.
Thank you so much. So we have a little bit of more time left. So His Excellency, I might come back to you for one last question. You talked about optimization of cities, investment, sectoral pathways. And there's a lot of conversation about circular models and sustainability. And you mentioned very clearly how the urbanization can spark substantial economic growth. So the question is, what role does the rising trends of circularity, sustainability can play for the economical diversification and the investments of cities?
let me say to start with that really urban planning is economic planning. If you don't take into consideration economic planning and optimization, you will create, frankly, inefficient complex or city that will become drainage for your natural resources and will hinder the welfare of the whole society in that case. What you want to create is really the highest welfare for the people with the lowest cost. If you do not take into account the long run financial sustainability, then you are making a big mistake in that case. So you have to utilize market mechanism everywhere. Whether you are planning industrial city or entertainment city or media city or automotive complex or aerospace complex or pharmaceutical complex or even a neighborhood or urban center. So you have to make the people in a way, you have to plan the density, population density very carefully, otherwise you will hinder the efficiency in the long term of the journey for urban planning or economic planning or long-term sustainability. So you have to take advantage to start with on the macro level of the comparative advantage of that location. For instance, Al Ula has a comparative advantage of being heritage site. So we take the comparative advantage and build around it such that we reduce the cost, increase the outcome in a sustainable way. If we talk about NEOM or Al-Bahr Al-Ahmar, Red Sea, they have the best beaches in the world, virgin beach, and the best temperature to visit during summer and almost all winter. So building around that for tourism, etc. Similarly, if we are talking about Al-Qiddiya or Al-Dir'iyya as a heritage and historical sites. Now, all of this, we should not forget that we should build it with local entrepreneurship and SMEs. Qiddiya will be based on entrepreneurship and SMEs. If we don't have a fund that supports the SMEs, then we are not giving the enough ecosystem for that angle to grow and satisfy the demand of Qiddiya, for instance. So, because they will need all kind of value chain and supply chain of kind of services that is based on SMEs. So there are economic opportunities that you are creating by really establishing the ecosystem in general. So you need to go into things that you have long-term competitive advantage. You may not have the current competitive advantage, but you establish the incentives and the policy that it make it competitively advantage temporarily, and these are temporary policy in order you switch it later on once the industry has grew and became efficient. So this needs long vision, needs also deliberate, I would think, economic planning. In the beginning, let me give you a part of history. When we started in the 70s, Jubail and Yanbu, most industrialists thought that this is a white elephant project and it will not be sustainable. Now, any industrial project would love to have an opportunity to be located in Al Jubail because the ecosystem is already built there. There is a spillover from all over scale, economy of scale, near to natural resources, near to sources of energy, near to ports for exportation. All of that has to have some kind of long term. Now, circular economy also is very important, and it's based on SMEs, because you will need maintenance, you will need to recycle, you will need to clean your environment and take into consideration, even if you are building a mine or starting a mine, you cannot control where is this mineral is. So you have to build the mine where is the mineral, rare minerals or rare metal is in. But you have to minimize the effect on the environment. You have to take it into consideration, and that is, alhamdulillah, what is being done in Saudi Arabia. If you look even at now, we have increased the natural resources reserves in Saudi Arabia and habitats to, I think, more than 6 royal habitat that is conserved, managed carefully, and also being open for economic utilization with consideration of minimum effect on the environment or on the surrounding scenery in that case. So in many cases, you will see now we are producing renewable energy that is very efficient, because we have the ability to utilize that, although we have an abundant fossil fuels, but whenever there is a chance to use renewable energy, we are utilizing that. In fact, I saw many of the projects now, urban projects, they are building it on solar energy, utilizing that, recycling water, sewage, to make lakes. If you go to, for instance, Al Fursan or Khzam project or other project, these angles doesn't miss urban development.
Beautiful answer. Thank you so much. Is anybody would like to add anything? Yes,
I can
please.
just give a comment to His Excellency and talking about mining and circular economy, because if we reuse material as slag for low CO2 cement, for example, but also reuse construction material, excavation material, we can almost see that cities as urban mines, where we have a lot of assets, but today they are considered in many cities as waste. But if we reframe it to assets, then we actually have a great opportunity for urban mining. That was just a comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think, from a sustainability standpoint, cities have to be more efficient with their land. They have to be more efficient with their resources. For example, water can be a very big constraint on development and urban development in particular. And then I think finally, electricity and public power is finally, with a lot of the electrification that's occurring, which is a great thing, it's requiring more power globally, as well as when you think about some of the data center development, AI, all of that is requiring more power. So we're actually seeing a huge uptick in power as electrification and AI develops and occurs, whereas for a very long time, power and generation was very flat. So as cities can learn to potentially use some of their assets, as Anna talked about, to be more efficient and less resource intensive, then in the long game, that's good for cities and urban development generally.
Thank you so much. I wanted to thank all of you for sharing your insights. His Excellency, thank you for sharing the vision, the insight, the commitment for future And Anna, thank you for sharing your insights. It's been an absolutely pleasure to have this discussion and learn from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short networking break and we ask you to be back here at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We'll be back and we will commence our event. Thank you so much.
We are offering simultaneous translation for French, English, and Arabic. Headsets are available for pickup at the entrance doors. If you need assistance with the translation system, our team members will be happy to assist you. Dear guests, please take your seats. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Dear guests, please take your seats. We will be starting shortly.
All right. First of all, welcome back, everyone. And we are pleased to see a vibrant networking collaboration taking place, which is precisely the essence of Momentum 2025. We now transition to the universal engine of economic growth. The heart of any thriving, diversified economy is small and medium-sized enterprises, or what we call it SMEs. According to the International Labour Organization, SMEs make up a staggering 90% of all businesses globally and employ over 2/3 of the world's workforce. They are not just businesses, they are engines of job creation, innovation, and of course, economic stability. In Saudi Arabia, the International Finance Corporation notes that SMEs currently contribute 30% of the kingdom's GDP, and their role is pivotal in the shift from an oil-dependent model to diversified, knowledge-based economy aligned, of course, with Saudi Vision 2030. Our next session, SMEs as the backbone of the global economy. will underscore the immense potential of SMEs and the need to empower entrepreneurs, particularly youth-led and women-led ventures, as they fuel job creation and resilience. We are honored to welcome to the stage our distinguished panelist for this session, His Excellency Mohammed Tuwaijri, Vice Chairman of the Board, National Development Fund of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abdurrahman Rashid Al-Rashid, Managing Partner of Rashid Al-Rashid & Sons, Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Unaizan, CEO of Bank Al-Bilad, Mr. Hassan Jamil, Vice Chairman of Abdul Latif Jamil Group, moderated by my dear colleague Siba Audi, CEO of Saba Consult and Senior Anchor at Al-Sharq News.
Hello? Yes.
It's back.
That was loud. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair, ahlan wa sahlan jami'an.
Good morning and welcome everyone.
This morning, across the world, and despite the different cultures, despite the different economic realities, one reality stands out. What really is a constant is that SMEs are the heartbeat of every economy. These are the first-time founders who dared to venture. These are the innovators who are willing to push the envelope that bit further every single time. Globally, SMEs make up about 90% of businesses, and they employ half of the global workforce. In Saudi Arabia, this global reality carries even at a faster pace. In Saudi Arabia, 99.5% of registered businesses, according to most sources, are small and medium-sized enterprises. And 30%, they make up actually 30% of all listed companies. They are the engines of innovation. They are participating in the diversification of the economy in a very big way. Today's esteemed panel constitute or represent the entire ecosystem of SMEs. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, let me start by asking you, just for the avoidance of doubt, how are we defining SMEs?
First of all, thank you, Siba, and welcome, Abdurrahman, Hassan, Aziz. Thank you for joining. I think this is great to have businessmen and bankers to discuss this very important sector, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We define it by impact. It is impact-driven sector, and I think with the fragmentation of the world, and we've witnessed again and again and again during crisis, during pandemics, during stress situations in any nation, that this sector is actually the backbone. There's a security angle to it as well. It's, as you mentioned in your introduction, it's a great job creator. I mean, in Saudi, this number was 500,000 SMEs in 2016. According to official sources, it's now 1.7 million SMEs. So if I use my practical mind and just do a simple math, if half of them employ one person, that's around 850,000 jobs.
Amazing.
That tells you how significant they are. And of course, when the world of AI is coming our way, and then how the humanity will evolve, I would see even more and more important role for them to be the creators, the innovators, across the board. The kingdom here, the way we define them is not only jobs and impact on non-oil growth, but also it's a vast country. There's regional angle to our development, there is sectorial angle to our development, and Hassan will tell me a classic OEM require probably 5,000 SMEs to be able to function. I just had an interview and they asked me about PIF projects. So who will operate these projects? Who will maintain them? Who will service them? And the list is very long. So our definition of them is impact, security, job creation, growth as a very, very important sector.
And in return, how are these SMEs also helping in the diversification of the economy?
There's no doubt, absolutely no doubt, and we witnessed that in many situations. There is no core economy without entrepreneurs who can take some risk. I mean, I'm sure during the panel we'll talk about their challenges and situations that's significant, especially in our part of the world and in emerging markets in general, but there are great success stories. I looked at the model of India, South Korea, France, and all of them are, by the way, partners within the national development to just learn how they've done it in those countries. So critical in diversification, critical in stability, critical in growth, especially non-oil for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. However, Aramco, I know for a fact that even Aramco as a major giant in energy, they've had their own SME lens to promote them, educate them, incubate them, engage them in their business. So we in the Saudi economy look more into the non-oil business, but I know also they are super active. I talked to the AI and technology people in the kingdom. This is their space.
That's where they are working heavily.
Absolutely.
Mr. Al-Rashid, take us back about a quarter of a century, long before this has become, buzzwords. 23 years ago, you were pioneering a push to push SMEs out into the economy. You were empowering small businesses, specifically women-led SMEs. I remember I was there and I covered that story, or that ongoing story. If you can just tell us about that pioneering push.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank His Excellency for the invitation and to shed some light on a very important subject, which is the SMEs in Saudi and how it evolved. You remember 23 years back, the turn of the millennia, we started, the first spark started in the Eastern Chamber of Congress in Dammam. And at that time, it's really the SME is a fragmented sector. It's not a sector that an economy can rely on because of the structure of the economy, and the economic activity were limited at that time and focused only in the hydrocarbon-based industry and the services that goes around it. And all these services being provided by the big companies. Aramco, with the collaboration with the chamber at that time, they started the ICTIVA program, which is here part of Saudization, and to ensure that the localization of the supply chain itself. So that they promoted, because we always at that time we bring some examples. They said, okay, why not Dammam al-Khabar become Aberdeen of the world? Because at that time Aberdeen used to service the North Sea. Yep. And you have thousands of people, and became an international world, a global hub for oil and gas services. I said, by all means, we have 15 million barrels a day being produced in the region, and we don't have an Aberdeen of our own. So this is the idea started from this view. And Aramco, they were really pioneering in that space. They put a lot of effort, they put a lot of studies, and Ministry of Energy at that time was a very major player on that in terms of the introducing some sort of regulatory framework that at least will enable those smaller entities that can be inducted in the supply chain that pertain for the oil and gas industry. So this is how it started at that time. The chamber started focused on the non-oil sector also. I mean, we just not concentrate on the oil and gas sector. No, the other services that is required. And we started focusing on the gender participation, i.e. women participation in business. I remember that was we were talking about it with Dr. Ibrahim a while ago, that we started the first women committee official in chamber. Then started at Jeddah at that time. Then started then in Riyadh, and we started a committee specializing to oversee the SMEs issues in general.
Right. So what did that moment, what did you learn from that about the importance of inclusion?
It was very important, inclusion of women participation, and we started, we linked up with other chambers outside IE in the UK especially, because they have some women empowerment programs, and we start really the dialogue with them in that. So we will see how we can bring that experience in Saudi. And at that time, of course, the whole environment was not supported enough. But thankfully, and we have seen the transformation. We've seen the past decade how things transform. And really, the whole thing just was exploded in a very positive way and flourished. Let's put it this way. But I think there is more things to do, and they need more assistance than that. So this journey is continuing, and the experience. And by the way, just to tell you, the women empowerment is not just a problem unique to Saudi Arabia.
No.
It's unique, it's worldwide issues. You go to Europe, you go to the US, you go to Far East. It's always, there is an issue of the women empowerment, inclusion, and to the entrepreneurs, not in the workplace. That's two distinct things.
An almost constant headline when talking about VCs around the world is that women do not have the same opportunity with finance as women-led businesses, I should say, don't get the same finance as men-led.
It's not only the finance, and in some region, it's opportunities, let's put it this way. In some region, let's say male-dominated regions, let's say, that women will not have the same networking as the male, the counter and the male. So there is some effects.
We don't play as much golf.
Yeah. But I think this is a global issue, and it's not unique to Saudi Arabia.
I would say we don't play as much golf. And actually, I met a lady 2 weeks ago in Dubai who was putting together a group of women to go out and learn to play golf so that they can spend 3.5 hours together on a course and talk business.
Absolutely.
I think that's not a bad initiative. Hassan, take us back to the beginnings of Abdulatif Jameel Finance. Why did you start giving out finance to small and medium-sized enterprises, to microfinance individuals and businesses?
Sure. Well, I'd like to begin by saying it's a real honor and pleasure, and thank you, Your Excellency, for having me part of this panel with these very prestigious, wonderful people. Maybe I can begin by saying, it's a simple story. Abdulatif Jameel is a 80-year-old company, and 70 years ago we started in the automotive distribution and retail and service business in Saudi Arabia. In 1979, we decided to establish a company called ALJ Finance. And the main purpose of the company was to support financing our automotive business, our vehicles in Saudi market. Today, ALJ Finance is a established and regulated company regulated by SAMA, and it's a totally independent company. They do financial services for automotive, they do financial services, consumer electronics, they used to be in mortgages, they do heavy equipment, so it's quite a diverse portfolio. They even do cash loans as well. And the company is focusing in many different areas. Simultaneously, we have an organization that is a philanthropic organization called Community Jameel. Community Jameel is a non-profit. It focuses on job creation, vocational training, and one of the aspects of job creation we learned a while ago was microfinance. Early 2000, my father, who's currently the chairman of the company, wanted to learn more about microfinance because he felt it was very important for SMEs, especially small businesses. So he learned about a gentleman by the name of Muhammad Yunus, Muhammad Yunus, who also won the Nobel Prize, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, and decided to go visit him in Bangladesh. This was in early 2000, where he visited him to learn about microfinance lending and how the system works. And at the time, we all said, why are you going to Bangladesh? And what are you doing in Bangladesh? And he actually went there, and a big team of ours spent a whole month in Bangladesh learning about microfinance. This was early 2000. In 2017, we acquired or received the first microfinance license in Saudi Arabia. I remember it was 000001.
Nice.
And it was the first license for us to do microfinance, because we were and we still are big believers in microfinance. And this was still non-profit at the time. But in early 2021, we decided to merge the microfinance from a philanthropic community program into our financial services program, into the for-profit business. And the main reason, we wanted it to be sustainable and we wanted it to grow. So today, ALJ Finance is doing, everything from financing, vehicles to microfinance loans in Saudi Arabia. And that's kind of the background and the history of how we established everything from micro to regular loans in Saudi Arabia.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that story. Mr. Al-Anizan, did Abdul Latif Jameel, were they filling a gap in the market at the time? What is the position of the banks as regards small and medium-sized enterprises back then and now?
Thank you, Sabah. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and His Excellency for giving me the opportunity to speak out today. I think banks and the private sector can fill in the gap by collaborating with the government bodies, because SMEs is a different risk base, and they have to really collaborate with the government bodies like the SME Bank, for example. An SME Bank runs different programs for lending. For instance, the agency where banks act on behalf of the SME Bank to bridge the gap and finance SMEs. And also they do the co-financing and low-cost financing for SMEs. Another initiative that's also taken by the government, which is very crucial, I think, for SME lending, is the Kafala program, in which, the Kafala will provide a guarantee on all the loans provided by banks, not necessarily 100%, but to a certain extent where they can have more risk appetite. I think that was also very important. The funding gateway online, which I think it's called Tamweel, I think that was a very important initiative as well, which will help aggregate the lenders and services to connect the SMEs. Also, the commercial bank as a standalone, I think they have established special programs for certain sectors of the SMEs, in which they don't really handle the SMEs as a bilateral arrangement, but they establish special programs and ring fence basically the risk on these kind of assets. And I think it's very important to handle the SMEs as a portfolio instead of standalone companies, because I think at the all, it will give you basically the P&L and the risk acceptance criteria basically.
So would you say SMEs is a profitable part of the business for a bank, or are they more of a headache? And you would rather they were handled by independent companies outside of the banks?
Of course, it should be, and with the government enablement of the SMEs, because SMEs can fail not just because of the access of financing, can fail because of an existing process, can fail because of ease of doing business. And I think the government is doing a lot in this regard, which will help the SMEs succeed and play a key role in the economy. So banks will have more risk appetite toward the SMEs, and I think we have seen really the SME portfolios growing in the banking sector, and I think it's set to grow. And if you talk to any bankers today, their strategy for the coming 3 years is built on the SME growth.
Hello. Okay. Your Excellency, so what does an entrepreneur-friendly environment in Saudi Arabia look like? That's what they're asking for.
Let's look at the facts. And I try to wear a hat of an SME today.
Okay.
Really, think about what they think. One is the big umbrella. That means that there's growth, there's opportunity, there is a legal system that basically satisfy the banks, the need of the SMEs, ease of doing business. How fast do I get the license? What exceptions do I get? What kind of incentives are available for me? So that's the umbrella. I think we've done a lot in the kingdom the last 5 to 10 years around that by creating an environment where fair opportunity, real non-oil growth, introducing a lot of projects to the market, etc., etc. And then come to the SME itself. How do they think about it? There's a bit of risk taking for sure. We accept that. Here, we probably need an incubating. We probably need the Jamils of the world to be part of the journey. So we're working very closely with non-banking financial institutions. We've established Munsha'at, which is a dedicated regulator, but also an incubator. We've established a dedicated SME bank. Their thinking is around data lakes, how they connect and connect with the economy and with each other, and so on and so forth. But also, I sympathize with commercial banks. The opportunity in the kingdom is huge. So to go into this sector that still needs work, whereas the opportunity with big companies, big family offices still there, including the government, I think we probably need more of that bridging between banks and hence NDF. 12 dedicated funds, 2 banks included, Kafala program, venture capital program, Exim Bank, cultural bank, tourism bank, etc., etc. Every one of them has an SME angle, I can assure you. There's no question about it. Every one of them. We do bank and support developmental projects to big companies, but the heartbeat of NDF is all around SMEs. So what I expect is that as the economic opportunity, non-oil, really grow, the legal system is already in place, and we continue this effort collectively, I think the SME sector in Saudi Arabia will be very successful. And then hopefully commercial banks and others can have more risk tolerance and appetite to them.
So does the NDF differentiate between SMEs, lifestyle SMEs, and scalable industrial SMEs?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. The nature of Saudis are traders, and they like their lifestyle as important. But I think when we did the studies, I think one of the major issues SMEs face is the business model. They don't really understand the whole thing. They probably go into a small business because it's nice. But how to sustain it? How do you sustain it? How do you navigate the rules? This is still an ongoing business. Of course, we had great success stories in the market. Some of them became unicorns, actually, in the last few years. And we want more of that. Technology now is a major player in everything. So, and to me, it's also regional. And, there's a region that's very dear to my heart, the South, Asir. Very dear. I've been there, I lived there, and their nature is entrepreneurial. They push, and they're hard workers, and they have all what it takes in that region to do more entrepreneurial businesses. So what we're doing is also go regional and sectorial to try to figure out where the opportunity is and support them more in those ideas.
Because you want the impact on the GDP as well.
It's impact driven, absolutely.
Yes. So, Mr. Al-Rashid, what does it take for an SME, small SME, to turn into a big contractor?
Usually, it's when you mentioned that 90% of the contribution in the economies and GDPs, you've seen that SMEs worldwide, in Europe, but if you go to Europe or the US, because you have it's an industrial-based economy. It's a service-based economy. We just started. We just start to pivot from the oil and gas-based economy or hydrocarbon-based economy into a service economy. We have now open for tourism. We have financial services. We have many sectors in the economy which did not exist 10 years back or 15 years back. Today is existing, and it required services to require people to provide services. i.e. has come to the small and medium businesses. These, in order for them to thrive, you have to be assisted, government to interject here in terms of regulatory framework, to bring enablers, let's say the Commission of Local Content Commission. That means that they enforce that the integrated the small and medium businesses into the supply chain of the big companies. Also, the big corporation, they have to really change the culture and to adopt and trust those smaller companies that provide the services. So that you see some companies, they only have some kind of 10% of what they have they sublet in terms of services or all kinds of services. And some companies, you find 80% is sublet. So it's about culture. So you have to really to create the environment for these SMEs to thrive. SMEs, I will say, always SMEs, small businesses and medium businesses, they are there continuous. These are entrepreneur, individual companies. Yes, you see there was the statistics from 400,000 maybe is registered 15, 20 years back. Today is 1.1, 1.2 million classified SMEs. But really, in order for the government should look at these numbers carefully and really have a deep dive in those numbers. See the number of entries, the number of exits, and to really to make sure that these people who is exiting, why are they exiting? I'm sure there is some, so that to read these analysis and have everybody you bring everybody to bear in terms of the NDF and their different funds, Munshaat, all these people, they have to come together. I've seen SBA, Small Business Administration in the US, which is the heart of capitalism. They run a budget of $30 billion a year, all in subsidies and assistance, in terms of management assistant, marketing, sales, and also to funding, and to make sure those big companies, they have an inclusion of these SMEs and their supply chain. So this is what we need to have. Everybody come together.
Right.
Yes, the government, they have created this entity and labeled them as enablers for and tools to enable the SMEs, but no, they need to come together, all of them, to see a holistic view and to take every numbers and to study it well and make sure that at the end we need to succeed at the end. We increase the participation of those SMEs and the GDP, and in a very positive way, and really have a real job creation. Today, I'll tell you an example. I'll cite you an example. All these laws and regulation for Saudization, all designs for big corporations. They've never been designed for SMEs, the smaller, because these guys, they are tiny, they have small scale. You design it for somebody big scale. You cannot apply it. No. It's not like a formula fits all, So that we have to be very innovative, smart about it, how to adapt them and give them leeway, give them slack in terms of financing, in terms of Saudization, and number of, all these has to be really thought about and really design programs that will help them to thrive.
Let me ask His Excellency, Your Excellency, a special formula for SMEs?
No, while I'm listening to Abdurrahman, actually, a few words came to my mind. One of them is communication. Yes. I think this dialogue is extremely important with the private sector, with the people that has the know-how, the history, and not only locally, but globally, because other countries have done it. You mentioned the US, I mentioned India, South Korea, and France, and I think we should continue this communication and dialogue to understand the root causes of my second word. Why do they fail? I think in one hand we think how to make them succeed and grow and be part of the economy, but also we should really understand why do they fail. And sometimes it's requirements, it's policy, it's something that's very easy to fix. You know, it's very important that we think how to really build this dialogue, continue the communication, and think policy more than just incentives and finance, because they are important, but how they conduct business, how the opportunity is addressed to them is very important.
And that was going to be my question to Mr. Al-Anizan again. Why do SMEs fail? Aside from the lack of finance, is it possibly financial discipline? Is it possibly the ability to manage the companies? What are you seeing from your book of SMEs?
Sure. Financing and failure as a result of lack of access to financing is not the only issue. I think there are other aspects that really can fail the SMEs, and I think most of the government bodies today are starting to really pay a lot of attention to these. Take, for example, capability building. Today, the SMEs, with the help of Munshaat, they can do a lot of training, they can do a lot of, because a lot of the entrepreneurs and the SMEs, they don't have the financial literacy experience, they don't have the business management process understanding, so they need a lot of training, they need a lot of coaching and mentoring. And also, we can also help the SMEs succeed by providing access to opportunities. And I think that, again, you know, a lot of initiatives are taken in this place by initiating a lot of events, international events that connect the dots, help the SMEs connect with the business community and you know, integrate with the supply chain. I think that will help them also succeed. Another one is the technology adaptation, because today a lot of government initiatives are pushing basically the SMEs to go through technology adaptation, which I think is very important for efficiency, for saving costs and others. And for example, take the e-invoicing, for example, the licensing for freelancers. Today, everything is online. So I think that helps the SMEs to really minimize the cost and the burden on the operation, which I think can be as a result of failure. And it also will open the appetite for financiers like banks to really provide financing to SMEs.
Yeah.
If I may comment, Abdulaziz, I think, you know, if I go back 20 years and we think business in general, establishing a business, we were thinking, you know, place, price, the product, this stuff that we all learn in school. But the big elephant in the room today is e-trade. I mean, a classic person will go online and buy from anywhere, anything, and it get delivered door to door. So that's another dimension of challenge for any SME, Saudi or non-Saudi. Historically, they were competing in their, sometimes even in their neighborhood. Now they're competing globally. So the e-commerce and the e-trade is a major, major part of how we think about the future of SMEs. It's not easy, I don't have the magic solution, or none of us, but it's something we need to consider. We look at it, one, as a challenge, second, as an opportunity. So why not? Our region needs everything. You know, we have a whole continent to our left called Africa. They need everything. So maybe one way of thinking about how do we bring in our global partnership into the way we look at SMEs is also something we should consider.
That's for sure. Hassan, let us ask you about, aside from providing the microfinance at ALJ, capability building, like we heard earlier, is very important for the success of SMEs. So how do you support SMEs aside from providing the finance?
So I couldn't agree more with the discussions of His Excellency and my colleagues that it's not just about policy, it's not just about handing out funding. There's a lot more that goes into, you know, supporting SMEs. So in our case, we've been, you know, for many years, we've been working on, you know, different programs, different competitions. So, you know, for example, 17 years ago, we started a competition called Start Smart. Start Smart, it's a competition for young entrepreneurs and startup, and we started it with MIT 17 years ago. Until today, we're still engaging and we're still doing it. For example, we had over 1,500 applicants for this competition this year. Another competition we started this year, which is an offshoot. It's called Deep Tech Competition. And what was very interesting is that this year we partnered with two major universities, KAXT and KAUST. We're partners and strategic in this program as well to support the entrepreneurs. And we made sure we wanted to make a substantial award. So we had awards of up to 2 million Saudi riyals to support and excite young entrepreneurs. We have mentorship programs. We have vocational training programs. We have training programs for women, incubators. So it's really a basket of many parts that can build an ecosystem that can support SMEs in Saudi Arabia, we believe.
You're also, I think, the largest partner for Kafala, the government-led Kafala. So tell me a little bit about this public-private partnership serving SMEs.
So as you know, Kafala is a guaranteed loan, or a guaranteed part of, they give parts of guarantees to loans in Saudi Arabia. And we've been working with them for the last few years. We believe that Kafala program is probably the best program for SMEs in Saudi Arabia in our experience. And we're so thankful to the Ministry of Finance and the government for supporting this program, because we see some great potential for Kafala. You know, this year, cumulatively, we'll have supported with Kafala over 1,000 or just about 1,000 SMEs with the Kafala program. So it's been so successful, and we see, like I said, great potential with it. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Mr. Aranizan, is there a natural bias to go, if you had two files or two applications in front of you, one was for an older founder or somebody with more experience in the market, somebody who has seen it all and learned a lot, and the other application is from a fresh, new, young founder. Is there a natural bias to go with the more experienced because it's less risky?
Well, it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily for one reason. It depends actually on the business itself. Is this business is within the ecosystem, for example? Is it integrated within the ecosystem? There are, for example, some government initiatives that have helped really the SMEs to integrate within an ecosystem and gave banks more appetite to actually lend to these SMEs or even entrepreneurs. And we have seen it in different programs. Take, for example, the Hajj programs. Take for example, the recruitment offices. Take, for example, the customs and all of it. So if there is, for example, what do you call it? Is like an ring-fenced government-sponsored program, then I think it makes it easier, because at the end of the day, banks will look at the downside. How much risk am I taking, basically, when I approach this? But there are, of course, people would come with experiences, then this is different in terms of really bilateral arrangements. But if you talk on programs, and I think it depends really whether this is integrated within the ecosystem or not. Supply chain is one of them. And we have been working, for example, in supply chain financing, and I think it provides banks more risk appetite.
So real-time SME credit using digital sales, payroll, and tax data, are you there or are you getting closer?
Exactly. I mean, I think when you're talking about entrepreneurs, when you talk about SMEs, it's very difficult to really lend based on collateral or balance sheet. I think it's cash flow is the key on this. So if you have control of the cash flow, I think it makes it a lot easier, and there is a lot of initiatives taken by commercial banks to basically launch these programs, and it's been very successful. But one thing I want to repeat, saying that we should not deal with the SMEs as standalone companies. We should have a portfolio approach, Because if you have a portfolio approach, you will have more appetite. Yes, you will have an NPL rate that is higher, but if you look at it in aggregate, banks at the end of the day will make money.
If I may,
Please, go ahead.
Just to comment on Hassan and Abdulaziz, to me, they both mentioned portfolio, holistic, working together, and I just want to probably reassure everyone that that's happening. I mean, NDF is playing a role. It has its own tools, but every regulator I talk to thinks SME. We have a dedicated commission for local content. Our human development program has a huge push for pushing SME thinking business into schools. Our scholarship program is all about future jobs and how to encourage people to think about the future. Our AI companies definitely engaging with the technology people within the SME, etc., etc. So the story is long. I don't know any project or idea or a program that doesn't have an angle of SMEs in it. So I totally agree it's a collective effort and it's a very long journey for everyone, including the kingdom.
I'll ask you to put that SME hat back on, and I will ask you, as you're making your way out of that bottleneck now, what is the single biggest bottleneck holding an SME back?
I think I've mentioned it, and I like to hear also views, is understanding the business model. I think people probably think, some people, or the rate of failure we analyzed is that they think it's short and they should make money quickly, and it's about lifestyle. So they probably need just to go this extra mile and think, what is it in manufacturing for me? What is it in logistics for me? How can I be part of the future of AI in the kingdom? How can I venture out into a region or a sector that really push the opportunity? I think that bridge is very important, and hence all of us as policymakers, regulators, financiers should really encourage that push for them.
Mr. Abdulrahman, so talking about this holistic approach and the portfolios, from your portfolio, what you see, are SMEs really riskier, or are we using the wrong tool to assess them?
No, it's usually SMEs, and when you go scale, it is the riskier. In fact, if you compare the risk spectrum, of course, it's riskier. Hence,
everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. Hence, you have every continent and every country that you have an SME assistance program that government has to interfere in somehow, and this how to give them this lifeline, and then once they thrive, they're good, they are bankable, they can go and go to the commercial banks and really go and do the balance sheet financing and so forth. So it's always, it's a dynamic thing. It's never been static. It's always one thing or another. And now as let's say talk about Saudi Arabia, and we are opening up many sectors in the economy. We're creating new things. In the F&B and hospitality and all these sectors which did not exist before. These are sectors really thrive on SMEs, really, to provide the service and provide the job and the economy. Major positive contribution. Let's say, and we see there is one sector really counteracting the other sector. Let's say take on the F&B. You have all these young men and women, they go and open up restaurants and have you. And then we have the aggregator on the other side. These are the controlling the marketing and the sales channel, and they charge extremely, they are not regulated in a way that both create the balance between the two. And then you have high attrition rate in the F&B and those small. And these small guys, they are the one who create the jobs for Saudis, by the way. Not the aggregators. The aggregator, they go cheap labors and all that they do. So where the regulator, the government stands. So you have to bring about a fair, balanced policies that to favor everybody, really. We want everybody to thrive and not anybody thrive on the back of the others. So I remember back in the time when we they started Ministry of Labor, which is Ministry of Human Resources now, on the Saudization. And then, of course, all their businesses designed for the big corporations. We wrote a white paper, and in a sense, we told them, listen, for you, for the SME, you make sure that the ownership is Saudized. Saudization of the ownership and the active management. The owner, if he is one, give him 20 visas. Let him do his business. Let his business thrive. This is Saudi, make sure that the owner and the manager is Saudi, and that's it. So don't design it for a big company and say, no, I need 20%, and then I get you in the red, and get you the green or the yellow. So all these, it doesn't fit them. So this is, we have to be very innovative how we do it. We have to really have a balanced policies and regulation that make sure that as Saudi Arabia open up different sector in the economy, and there is need for each sector, each company had different needs. And also you concentrate in this skill sets. Sure. Today we are poor in some of it. We don't have that really skillful pool of Saudis that they can be taken and hired by those SMEs.
Vocational training.
Yeah, vocational. So
it's very important.
All that, the whole chain has to be looked at individually and holistic. This is my
Vocational training is very important, and that's something that needs a big push. Hassan, digitization as well. You just signed a deal with Ant Financial. Tell us a little bit how you are enabling SMEs through this wave of digitization.
So this year we signed an MOU with a company called Ant Financial. Ant Financial, I'm sure many of us know, is, if not the largest, one of the largest fintech companies in the world. They have a user base of 1.3 or 1.4 billion users globally, and of course China is one, but Southeast Asia. And all of those customers are being communicated to digitally and using AI. So what we want to do with Ant Financial, actually what they want to do with us, is they want to come and support SMEs in Saudi Arabia using their digital and online platforms. There's an important KPI in the financial services we look at. It's called time to yes, right? Yeah. And time to yes is when somebody applies until somebody receives a loan. And every time you can reduce this, it's better for the lender, it's better for the customer, and it creates more efficiencies in the system. And of course, we've done many things to improve that, but using AI, using digital, using these platforms is, I think, one of the biggest advantages of a company like Ant to come into Saudi Arabia and support the Saudi SME ecosystem.
Well, thank you very much. We've run out of time, but I'd like to hear from Your Excellency about recent outcomes and how hopeful you are for the future. What does the future look like?
This is not a choice, honestly. This sector is not a choice. This sector is a must, and I'm optimistic. I think Hassan mentioned a great idea around how technology will help this sector. I mean, from a policy, regulator point of view, and of course, development financing point of view, it's all there, it's ready, it's available, it's been tested. Yep. You mentioned Kafala, but also the venture capital, plus. So the willingness is definitely there, and I think, we're pleasantly surprised by how the Saudi talent is accepting many ideas, many new sectors, and let's all remember, this is a 10-year journey so far, and I'm very, very optimistic about the future.
That's great to hear. The future is bright, and how lucky we all are that we all have front row seats to watch it crystallize. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, and to our panelists. That essential discussion was great on how SMEs drive global economic resilience and growth. We now arrive at a very critical truth for any nation pursuing economic diversification and long-term prosperity. Investing in the workforce. Investing in the workforce is not a cost, but a powerful trigger that initiates a cycle, increased productivity, innovation, and growth. As our Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, Allah Yahfadhu, says, our real wealth lies in the ambition of our people and the potential of the younger generation. Our younger generation, they are our nation's pride and the architects of our future. Our next conversation will tackle this head-on. Workforce development, that is the subject. A powerful engine of economic growth. This session will gather global advocates and experts to discuss how strategic investment in training and upskilling can foster sustained economic growth. His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Nasser Abu Thnain, Vice Minister, Human Resources and Social Development for Labor. Dr. Roman Chowdhury, Chief Executive Officer, Human Intelligence, PBC. And Ms. Stephanie von Friedberg, Manager Director, Global Head of Public Sector Banking at Citi, and Dr. Makaziwe Mandela, Chairperson, House of Mandela. And to guide this important global discussion, I would like to welcome Mr. John Defterius again on stage.
Chancellor. Good afternoon. That was an excellent session on SMEs because they represent about 80 to 85% of any economy around the world. I'm going to invite those that are sitting in the back few rows to go ahead and fill the second through the fifth rows. You can get out of your chairs and come on up. I'm sure the panel would love to see you. I wanted to set 30 seconds of context here for this very great panel. Some of you can remember in the 1990s that Intel ran an advertisement about the Pentium chip inside its computer that boosted productivity, right? We're getting some nods from those on the panel. I'd like to use that analogy where we are today with the labor workforce, because if you have a very highly skilled workforce, it's a driver of productivity and job creation, of course, but we're at a very critical window of time because of the adaptation and adoption to artificial intelligence, which could be a great driver for growth. It could be a great skills builder if you plan ahead for that. And then we have quantum computing right on the back end of that. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see quite a radical change in the skills needed for tomorrow. We have an excellent panel and ample time to get into the strategy with a lot of diversity on the panel as well in terms of geographical location, experience in AI, experience from the banking sector, and Dr. Mandela, of course, coming from South Africa, she'll represent the African perspective in terms of not only the skills gap that we're talking about, but having that gap widen between the developed and the developing economies of the world. And Dr. Mandela has some very strong thoughts. Doctor, I'd like to start with you first, Dr. Abdullah, about the kingdom's labor market strategy. And I remember covering the launch of Vision 2030. We're going back 9 years. And the data you've been collecting since 2019. But one of those key pillars is workforce adaptation and matching the skills of the private sector to the government sector and working with universities. What has the labor market strategy done in that 5-year window, if you will, in terms of progress? And what are you planning for the next wave? Thanks.
Thank you, John. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their excellent arrangement and efforts. And I wish everyone a successful and productive discussion. Well, Vision 2030 has truly been a major driver of change in our labor market. It established clear and ambitious goals when it comes to job creation, participation, and economic diversification, and the impact is very visible today. In line with these objectives, we introduced the labor market strategy in 2020. It consists of 28 major initiatives to enhance productivity and efficiency of the labor market. And the results have been very encouraging. Some of the major results, the overall unemployment rate has decreased to 3.2%, placing Saudi Arabia as one of the top 5 G20 countries with the lowest unemployment rate. At the same time, the private sector market, labor market is expanding. We have reached a record of 13 million workers. That's almost 40% increase since 2019.
Jeez, that's a big number.
Saudi employed in the private sector have increased by 42% over the same period. When it comes to women empowerment, which is central to our vision, females' participation in the labor market has increased from 23% in 2019 to 34.5% this year. This exceeds our original 2030 Vision 2030 target. It was set 30%, so we exceeded well ahead of schedule. The driver or the key drivers behind these progress and achievements was the growing commitment and strength of private sector. Private sector has played a major role in job creation. Another key driver, in my view, is the role of our youth, which represent the greatest national assets in Saudi Arabia, and they are increasingly shaping the future economy. To this point, now we are shifting from job quantity to job quality to make sure that we have jobs that are sustainable, that are productive. And to this end, at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, we have established 2 forward-looking units: Job Creation Index Unit and Demand and Supply Foresight Unit, to evaluate job creation, analyze market trends, also to forecast emerging skills and jobs in the market. These achievements and effort were not made possible only by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. It was made by the strong collaborations between government agencies, private sector, and non-profit sector. And we will continue working and strengthening these partnerships to grow our economy and to expand opportunities for all.
Just a quick follow-up of if I may here. You talked about those pillars, but what's the role of the universities in that? Are they embracing this dialogue between the public and private sector, and they embracing the skill sets of tomorrow?
Sure. You cannot succeed in employing graduates without alignment of the skills needed in the market with the supply of the market. So we have what we call sectorial skill councils. This is a council consists of more than 24 members. We have established 13 councils that set what we call skills framework and occupational standards. The main goal of these councils is what we have said, is to align supply and demand for the need of the market.
Great, excellent. Dr. Chaudhry, it's a delight to have you because you're one of the world leaders in terms of artificial intelligence. And I'm dating myself a little bit, but in the 1990s when they had that internet boom, there was a lot of fear that it was going to wipe out jobs, but it actually created other jobs. I'm not sure if we can make that same comparison for artificial intelligence. So I think this audience would really like to know, is it a job killer or a job creator? And how would you define artificial intelligence literacy today? Because even those of us that are at the tail end of our work life are saying, okay, how much do we need to embrace? How much do we need to understand? How much of a deep dive do we need to take? And for, this is a market where 70% of the population is below 30, so they're poised to need to jump in on this. What's the advice you'd give?
Well, similar to the internet revolution, we are going to experience a significant economic shift. One thing that's different that you've pointed out is that with artificial intelligence, unlike any other previous technological revolution, going back to the Industrial Revolution, it's the first time we're automating knowledge production. And that's very different. Even the internet was the automation of a manual task, which was actually information distribution. So previously you had to write a letter or use the phone to call somebody, and now we have email, you had to go to a library, now you have the internet, right? So even the internet itself was the automation of knowledge distribution, not production. Information distribution, sorry. So that's really what's capturing the imagination as people think about what's going to be the impact on future of work. So agree that we will see some distribution shifts in terms of labor and what labor markets look like. Now, I will say never in the history of developing any technology have we resulted in less work to do. Even this conversation about, technology will automate so much of what we do and we will have, a 4-hour workday. That narrative actually comes from the first Industrial Revolution, back when, you had to go to a shoemaker to buy shoes and, people still hand washed laundry. The idea was that automation technology factories would completely eliminate every job and we would just have idle time. Instead, literally every internet advance has led to us having more and more work. And if we look at Silicon Valley as a leading indicator, AI has not led to more work. If anything, they're embracing what's called 996 culture, which is, in my opinion, quite terrible. It originates in China. 996 stands for 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. So people working 12 hours a day, even on Saturday. So if this is where AI is coming from, and the work culture has shifted to work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, I don't think what we're going to see is the workforce shrinking. Instead, it's going to be shifting. And there are a couple of very interesting research reports and empirical evidence about that. One of the most interesting is by a professor at MIT, Daron Acemoglu, a labor economist, who wrote a paper called The Simple Macroeconomics of AI, where he predicted over the next, through various economic modeling, what would be the impact on the growth factor productivity. So you imagine you add the GDP of every single country and you ask how much will AI automate away. Now, some tech CEOs would say, 100%, we're going to have no jobs in the future. But his prediction was actually more around sub 1%, which is still quite big, right? It would take 1% of the GDP of the entire world. It's a massive number. But this is not mass joblessness, like some people would say. What's critical here is, what are the jobs being automated away? And again, usually technology has automated blue-collar or manual jobs, and we're actually seeing the opposite. One of the reasons there is such a existential fear of what the workforce will mean is every narrative we were told as children, which is, get a good desk job. You don't want to be stuck doing manual labor. Well, now we see younger generations saying, should I be a plumber? Because you're more likely to have AI automate a lawyer than automate a plumber. It's much more difficult to make physical AI that navigates real-world spaces, much easier to make AI that reasonably automates thinking labor. So there will be some of those market shifts. But again, my general prediction, and for plenty of people, it's that we will see new and different kinds of jobs appear. Even OpenAI themselves had a paper in 2023 where they estimated that about 80% of jobs will have about 10% automated away, but around 20% would have about 80 to 90% automated away. And those jobs include things like journalists, paralegal. The last thing I'll say about job automation is that we are seeing the first wave of entry-level jobs being automated. And we're actually seeing them a lot in STEM fields. Programming is actually a primary place where AI is actually outstanding, but it's entry-level programming. So you still need senior engineers, but AI, and generally this is like Microsoft Copilot, Claude, is actually able to reasonably automate the work of an entry-level engineer. So for young people, they're really entering this very uncertain market. We have not yet settled the dust on what the labor force looks like, number one. Number two, every bit of advice all of us received and we built successful careers on, out the window. None of that's true anymore. And third, they're entering a higher level of unemployment because the expectation for what entry level means already requires experience that they don't have. Now, your last question was about literacy. So when we think, AI literacy is probably the most overused term other than human in the loop. I think those are the two most overused terms in AI, and we have very little understanding of what literacy means. I like to divide literacy based on your level of interaction with the technology. So most of us will just be end users of the technology. And the big question to ask yourself in terms of literacy is, how do I operate as in accordance with or in alignment with the technology rather than as a result of it? And what I mean is, what you should not be doing is just taking the output of AI and shifting it from one place to the other, because guess what? Then you're the most inefficient part of that system. Now, there is a significant knowledge add that human beings bring to the table, and mostly it's about contextual understanding. Where does this technology sit in society? Who is interacting with it? How? We do that better than the AI system can. So figuring out like what you need to be literate in is what is the human contribution and what is AI going to bring to the table that you will add to. Now, if you are, let's say, a product developer implementing AI, the kind of literacy you need is critical literacy. So you're implementing a product, you need to ask and be able to discern, is this output good or bad? Is it solving the problem I'm using AI for? Because you have control over how this product is developed and used. And if you are finally the developer, like you work at OpenAI or Anthropic or Google DeepMind, your literacy is more about reflexive literacy. Where does this technology sit in function to society? How will people interact with it? How might it impact a job market, a certain type of profession? And what are the tools I'm building into it to enable people to do their job well? The last thing I'll say is what's very fascinating about each type of literacy, it actually becomes less technical the closer you are to being a developer. So for the developer, it's the most philosophical exercise, which is to say, how does this technology I'm building integrate into society? For the managers and implementers, it's more about critical application, which is more technical, but still quite philosophical. And for end users, it's quite pragmatic. What am I doing with the output? What am I putting in? And then where is this going and how am I using it?
Good. Can you give some thought for this second round, which I wasn't going to go in with you, but the hype around it, because we get very excited. I cover energy and have done for 30 years. There's so much deployment of infrastructure, renewable energy, natural gas and the rest. And what's the hype and what's reality, you think, in the next 10 years? Well, I'll come back to you on that. If you don't mind giving it some thought, that'd be great. Stephanie, I think it's worth our audience knowing that you have a great deal of experience in the World Bank and IFC community. So I think you could lend this analysis from the development side. And Dr. Abdullah was talking about the frameworks and the organizations they set. What else is needed beyond legal frameworks on what is a kind of a near-term need, but it's a long-term journey in terms of adaptation and workforce skills development, would you say?
How do you create an AI-centric society, right? So first, John, thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here. And over the course of the last day and a half, we've heard a lot about AI and AI's potential. But we still really haven't talked about what does it mean for humans. So I want to start by acknowledging that the kingdom has done a tremendous job and has made big strides in becoming an AI powerhouse. So the partnerships they've done with IBM and NVIDIA, programs like Humane, are really setting the kingdom up to be an AI powerhouse. That's the physical infrastructure, but there's a whole nother layer, which is the human infrastructure. So I want to take you back to 1900. In 1900, horses...
I went back to 1990, but now...
But I'm going to go to 1900. So in 1900, horses pulled farm equipment, they ferried humans, and they went to war. Between 1900 and 1910, technology relieved horses of that burden, but between 1910 and 1960, the world's population of horses fell by 90%. Now, that's not something that we want to happen, to humankind. So what would the kingdom do? I think there's maybe 4 areas what I would focus. The first is on formal education. So at the youngest level, we need to ensure that the kingdom is injecting STEM and technology education into what they're doing. They want to create young students who are digitally literate across multiple forms of technology, but also have that experimental mindset. I'm going to try this, as technology evolves. They need to think about partnerships between universities and industries. Again, spending 4 years in a university, that's a long curve for the way technology develops. So how can they create partnerships where the theory from the university is put into practice in private sector and they can see how it evolves. And from a formal education base, really thinking about how do they develop cognitive skills. So they need students who are creative, who have good analytical reasoning and critical thinking. I think the second area where they really need to focus is something on lifelong learning. So you mentioned the age of both of us, right? We need to be able to continually upskill and reskill citizens on a continual basis, and it needs to be affordable. So it has to be something everyone can engage in on multiple levels.
It's very interesting you bring this up because I'm living in the UK, and they say we want to hire, we're short of workers, we want to hire people over 50.
Yeah.
And then how do you make sure that they're ready for that second career, if you will?
You have to be able to upskill and reskill, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they need to think about socio-emotional and non-IQ related skill sets. So, you know, people today think that ChatGPT's IQ is 155. You know, the smartest people in the world, Isaac Newton had an IQ of 160. So I don't think we can compete from an IQ perspective. But ChatGPT doesn't have leadership skills, it doesn't have collaboration skills, it's not adaptive, and it's not resilient. So those are the kinds of skill sets that they need to be thinking about. And then kind of finally, really leveraging global expertise and following institutions, AI institutions, that are continually evolving, because you're going to have to continually evolve your education system to keep up.
Great. Can I ask you a quick follow-up? My daughter was doing an internship at a Japanese bank this summer, and they were saying in the next 5 years, 15% of these jobs at the entry level, to both of your points here, are not going to be here, so don't go into this segment of the bank.
Yeah.
What is Citi thinking in this early stages of adaptation internally at the bank?
So we have done a lot of work, a massive amount of work to bring AI into the firm, and we have multiple platforms. But as it relates to the young analysts that we hire, we have something called Stylus. I use it every day. I let it digest information and pull information back for me. And I had to, believe it or not, get recertified in my credit skills when I joined Citi. So I fed it a bunch of information around projects that were in our hospital unit that had failed. It did a good job, but it missed some of those critical pieces that were the structural issues that made a project go south. So it still has some learning to do. And again, if you go back to the collaboration, the leadership skills, and the adaptability, those are the skills we've got to have our analysts to have, not just the technical skills.
Good. I'm going to, if you can give us some thought for the next round as well, and the same thing with Dr. Abdullah. What is the right degree of the future? Just put it in your mind. If you're hiring at a bank, what are you looking for, right? Dr. Mandela, this is a great transition to you. And I had the honor to talk to you earlier in the speaker's room. And you said your biggest concern is the skills gap and how it impacts Africa, not just South Africa, but Africa in general, and making sure that STEM studies are a priority. And you're even suggesting that the framework of the Africa Union should be more involved on setting more harmony from country to country in Africa. What do you mean by this in a context to make sure that Africa is not left behind as we transition to the next wave of technology? Thanks.
Thank you, John. I think for me, one of the things that Africa is always said to be having a young population. But having a young population is just only an asset that can take you so far. Without the youth who are talented, who are skilled and educated in terms of digital infrastructure and digital knowledge, Africa is not going to develop or grow anywhere fast. And I think that the challenge for us is that we have all the world's resources within Africa.
Natural resources, right?
Natural resources.
You're thinking oil, gas,
yes,
and minerals, right?
Salt and minerals. But it's not benefiting Africa. So I think we have to use the regional bodies that we have, whether SADC, ECOWAS, through the AU. The AU has formed as a regional political body. But we have to have leaders that have the courage to put their mouths where they belong in terms of investment in education. Without a lot of effort paid into education, and here I'm not just talking about formal education, I'm also talking about informal education. that the youth can garner at work or at school. But I think for me, if we're talking about the labor market, how do you enhance human intelligence at labor level? I think it's too late. We have to start this education at preschool, where children will learn about, computers, what's happening in the world. I have observed my grandchildren who go to a private school. What is taught in private schools in South Africa vis-a-vis public school is day and night. They already are in stem cell education to their level. They are into engineering subjects which are at their level. And so what Africa needs also is that we shouldn't put ourselves in one basket. We should look not just to the world for models of growth and development in AI. We should look at other countries in the world who've gone through perhaps similar programs, like China, which has gone through an age of humiliation and being bullied, but was determined to get itself out of that. And within 40 years, they've been able to get 800 of their population out of poverty. That's the model for South Africa and Africa that we should be taking. Because one of the things that plagues Africa is the poverty, is the death traps that we have been in. And unless we get rid of those issues, we are always going to be faced with the choice of where do we put our investment? In uplifting people from poverty, from hunger, or investing in AI. And I think for me, it's not a question of either or. We have actually to invest on those issues. And for me, that's why I think the issue of collaboration and cooperation, not just within the African continent, but globally, but to look for partners who are prepared to work with us on an equal level, because we have everything that's needed in Africa. Africa is a land of great opportunity, but we are not seizing the moment.
Yeah, I know, for example, here in the kingdom, when it comes to the mineral sector, they're actually working all the way down to sub-Saharan Africa to help unleash some of those resources. But can I ask you a slightly political question? I've noticed in South Africa and other African states, they feel like they have wider options outside the G7 countries today. So influence, like here in the GCC, into Africa, India into Africa, China into Africa. Do you see that tilt of Africa getting that support coming from outside the G7 countries, do you think?
Look, I think we've had a long history with the G7 countries. But we have to look at what has been the impact on our societies, on our people. And we then have to say to ourselves, where can we collaborate more? And I think with Africa opening up to the Middle East, to the Asian countries, we are seeing that the investment that comes to Africa doesn't come with strings attached, and is giving people much more of a leverage to explore in terms of what will benefit Africa. And what China has done now is to give Africa the breathing room, because it has said, we will give you help, and we're not going to ask any questions, but also free trade agreements that we are going. We are not hamstrung by all the trade tariffs that are there. For instance, South Africa's biggest trading partner is China, and I think for most of Africa. And they are building, they are leaving behind things of impact that you can see in terms of infrastructure.
Great, very interesting. There's a lot of debate about that, but it's, you said it with such nuance that I would expect from the Mandela DNA, but there's a big shift with the membership of the BRICS as well. Dr. Abdullah, I think in this next round we need to contend with the skills gap. All four of you have talked about where we are today and how to avoid the skills gap of tomorrow. what entities or levers are you using here in the kingdom?
Well, it was clear that skill gaps is a challenge everywhere in all markets. And I think skill gaps are considered now one of the biggest challenge to business growth and transformation. And a recent study by World Economic Forum shows that 85% of employers plan to prioritize upskilling their workforce. And 70% of them, they expect to hire employees with new skills. This tells us how quickly the job requirements are changing.
So I'm clear, so the audience understands that 70% say they have to hire people that have new skills before they come in.
Yes, they expect to hire people with new skills. This tells you how job markets are changing. So in Saudi, meeting the growing demand for highly skilled is essential to us. So we have launched several major initiatives in that regard. I will mention 3 of them. One is the sectorial skill councils that I mentioned in my first remark. It's important to align the supply and demand of the market. Second, which is important, we are committed to upskilling our workforce by expanding training opportunity. Training is the solution. So in partnership with the private sector, we launched a national campaign to provide 4.5 million training opportunities in many areas. The third initiative, which is financed by the government, we call it the Job Acceleration Program. This one will train more than 300,000 workers in the private sector in 7 priority sectors in digital, technical, and cognitive skills. Also, going back to your question, we will always, regardless of the change in technology, we need the foundational skills, the communication, problem-solving skills. So we also concentrate on these types of skill. Also, to understand the changes in the labor market here in Saudi, we constantly provide reports, comprehensive reports, and employment data for policymakers to look at it. We publish annual graduate employment report for the Saudi labor market. It's issued by the National Labor Observatory. It gives you an outlook about education institutions and their employment numbers. At the same time, it helps us at the ministry to look at the gaps and decide where are the actions needed to intervene. So overall, we will continue equip our Saudi workforce with the skill needed to succeed in this, as we said, fast-changing environment.
Good. Can I ask you a quick question, though? What are you learning from that data? That there's more work to be done? Because you're pulling in the data and you're bringing into the partnerships, but the market's changing so fast. What are you learning from this?
Yes, it's always there are more work to do. But we required universities to publish their numbers of employment. So that will help them to change the majors that are not attractive in the labor market. At the same time, it will help students to choose the right major. So
interesting.
It's
so
a pressure from within and outside.
Interesting. Very good. I've been on air when I've had a cough attack. I just wanted to see if you needed a break from the stage. Are you okay? This is what happens when we travel too much. I feel for you, but you're all right. Yeah, you don't need
I'm
a break.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, no problem. I wanted to come back to, and maybe, Stephanie, you can address this as well. You know, to Dr. Abdullah's point, and you have so much knowledge in this space, you know, what sort of educations do you need to be able to be adapting the skills that these private sector companies are looking for, but the analytical skills that you can deploy during this period of transition? I think it's a very worthy question, because I see young people in the audience. They're probably, is the education that I'm taking now or the skills that I'm bringing to my first job are they ample for the next round of, raises or for elevation in a company or into a government sector? What would you advise in that area, Roman?
Yeah, Stephanie raised the most critical and salient points here. Number one is that IQ alone or knowledge production alone is insufficient because rightfully so, artificial intelligence is able to produce more knowledge than we can possibly produce. But that's not where innovation comes from. Innovation comes from the application of knowledge in new and interesting ways to solve problems. Now that is something, the rest of that is something human beings are only uniquely capable of. I speak at a lot of universities, and overwhelmingly, I call it the mythology, right? Because there is no clear guidance on what to study, how to pursue the future, and the only understanding is that it's totally uncertain. So I suppose the mythology or the story that children are creating for themselves is, how do I balance IQ and EQ? And I hear everything from, oh, well, I'm studying to be a doctor, but I'm also doing a communication minor, because in the future you will have AI medicine, but people will still want to interact with a human being. For example, if you imagine, you need a medical procedure, you are worried you have a disease, you don't just want to interact with a cold medical interface, you maybe want to have a human connection. There's a lot of thought put into having technical knowledge and know-how, but marrying that with human skills. The early empirical evidence of what the future of work looks like is also very important to look at. So some of the best studies I've seen are experiments where there was one at Procter & Gamble. They took over 900 people and gave some of them AI, some of them not AI. And they didn't just look at productivity as a measurement. They looked at things like quality of work and time to completion, and also level of expertise. And just to fast forward through all of the very interesting findings, number one, they found out that teams work better with AI than individuals working with AI. Number two is that AI does not actually replace subject matter expertise. It's what I like to call confidently incorrect. So you have to have the understanding and the knowledge of the subject to know what is useful and not useful information. I think Stephanie had a great anecdote about how it provided a reasonable output, but that was missing critical parts. And then third is that although teams produced information, produced solutions slower than individuals using AI who can just sort of power through, the quality of their output was overwhelmingly the best. So what does that mean? That means we need interpersonal skills, we need critical thinking skills, and expertise is not going away.
Interesting. Stephanie, you wanted to talk about this being a long game because everyone wants to adapt to the surge for demand for AI and not be left behind. But what is the long-term approach? Again, you have that experience at the World Bank IFC, that it's not a flash in the pan or budget gets strained. What do governments do? How do you make sure you're on a longer-term pathway where it becomes a priority?
Yeah, John, it's a great point because soft skills, at least I think what we experience at the World Bank is that the softer skills, the things that aren't built with bricks and mortar, are far easier to slip out of budgets when times become tight. So I actually believe that the kingdom has set up a fairly solid base. So the question is, how do they take that base and how do they grow it to continually allow it to evolve? And maybe three areas I would focus on. First, I would think about what do they need to do at the governmental level. So continually evolving legislation around education and how education is implemented, creating an empowered agency whose responsibility it is to implement the strategy, because you want to make sure that you have an agency that's moving in that direction. And I would hope that they would align it much more deeply with Vision 2030 and ultimately what becomes Vision 2040 so that it continually evolves. The second area is, how do you fund this? Because budgets everywhere in the world keep getting smaller and fiscal space is limited. And with the changing geopolitics and the need for things like increased defense spend, it's very easy to allow the spend on education to slip. And I think there's a few things that they can be doing to be thinking about how do they fund education. So first, there's several sovereign wealth entities. I would love to see PIF and other entities have a specific sleeve that's dedicated to investing in education in the kingdom.
Interesting.
Because the money's there, right? I think the other place about innovative financing is creating public-private partnerships. And a lot of people have experimented with that, but it goes back to what I was saying about introducing universities and industry as well. You can actually create public-private partnerships, and organizations like NDF, who's sponsoring our conference, and Infra have the ability to create funding mechanisms that are really, that the rewards are based on output and outcome. And then finally, I think you've got to think more broadly about your stakeholder base. So do you have everybody on board? Do you have the right measurements and the right KPIs? Are you creating those metrics, and are you reporting on those metrics to your citizens so they actually know what's happening? And then finally, I think you've got to continually benchmark yourselves against global best practice. And one of the places that I might start is the Kingdom. Again, wearing my World Bank hat, when I was at the World Bank Group, we created something called the Human Capital Index. And what it basically measures is the productivity of a society, where it is today versus where it could be if it had better health and education outcomes. The Kingdom ranks 58 today. It's its Human Capital Index. So what kind of targets could they set 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years out to see that go from 58 to 60 to 70 to 85, and then actually report back on what those are?
Very interesting. I'm glad you brought the Human Index up. We only have a minute and a half left, and I want to ask a question of Dr. Abdullah at the end. But Dr. Mandela, this is a time where globalization is kind of being strained, like the multilateral institutions, particularly because of the U.S. position. Stephanie brought up this idea that budgets are under strain, so people are cocooning, not the GCC, not China and some major emerging players. But do you worry that Africa will have the skills gap widen because multilateral institutions are being underfunded today?
Yes, but I think that's also where we find ourselves as Africa. We have to look at these multilateral institutions in terms of the impact that they have had over the years on a continent like Africa. Because a lot of the debt that we are suffering from is because of the lending procedures of World Bank or the IMF and the conditions that are attached to that, and the pricing and the cost of funding of this. And so for us, I think that as Africa is to find a happy medium between these institutions. And one of the things is that these multilateral institutions, including the UN, are fast losing credibility on the continent. There's lack of trust in terms of, what they provide for us, and in terms of what they advise country to do. Because they will come in and say, you have to shrink your civil service, and then where are people going to do work? And then they say, you have to look at, in terms of, your minerals and how you price your minerals. And we found ourselves over the years really being the owners of natural resources, but there has been no downstreaming industries out of those resources
I know,
that can benefit
that's the next
Africa.
wave.
Absolutely, and so we are shipping our resources outside. They come as finished goods to us at very exorbitant prices. And Africa is not benefiting from that.
Yeah, and there's a move, there's quite a strong push to change that right now. I hope it's delivered upon. We're out of time, Dr. Abdullah, but I wanted to point that this is not the last conversation on market deregulation and creation of new skills. You have a global labor market forum that takes place at the end of January. What's going to drive that agenda? We just have one more minute.
Yes, I know the time was not enough to cover all the
It's a
pillars
pretty
in this
complex
conference,
issue, but we covered
But I invite you all to attend the Global Labor Market Conference. It's going to be held in January 26th and 27th, 2026. This is the third edition of the conference. It brings policymakers, private sector practitioners, and last edition, we had more than 10,000 participants, 200 speakers, and more than 45 ministers discussing issues related to labor market, AI affecting labor market, skill gaps, and many other issues related to human development. So
Great.
I invite you all to register.
26th, 27th of
Yes,
January.
yes.
Very good. Stephanie laid out this human index and also the rankings, but what she was saying are the key measurements. I heard you already are undertaking them now, so we're looking forward to the next step of that journey. Thanks a lot for a great roundtable, not just a good one, but a great one. Thanks for assembling it, Dr. Abdullah. Can we give them a nice round of applause, and thank you again for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We thank our esteemed panelists for that essential and deeply practical session on workforce development. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a brief moment of entertainment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the entertainment show. Our next session is a new chapter in investing with a subject called Cultural Financing to Spur Economic Growth. This conversation will explore how we translate cultural investments into concrete economic development, build a robust cultural ecosystem through public-private partnerships, and nurture the entrepreneurial spirit in the space. To share this expertise, please welcome our distinguished speaker, the Earl of Snowdon, Honorary Chairman of Christie's in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And to moderate this session, I welcome my dear friend, Mo Islam, host and founder of the Mo Show podcast.
Thank you, Yasser Assagaf, for that lovely intro. I'd like to introduce David, the Earl of Snowdon. Welcome to Riyadh.
Thank you so much. Lovely to be here.
I'm happy to hear that. I heard that's not your first time. You frequent Riyadh from time to time.
I know, I'm a frequent offender.
In the best possible way.
I love coming here.
It's amazing.
And what I love is the sense of change and the sense of growth and the sense of optimism and the speed of growth. So for me, coming here, for me, it's very exciting.
I'm glad you feel it too. Well, let's get into it. Christie's has a long-standing relationship and is a collaborator with Saudi Arabia. From your vantage point, what does such cross-border collaborations do towards building a strong and diverse, let's say, cultural ecosystem?
Well, it's what I've always started from. I started making furniture. So my whole business and background is making things by hand. And when I started at Christie's, it's about the culture of education and giving people the idea of what you learn and therefore enjoy, and scholarship. So for me, it's very much about, and you're already doing it here brilliantly. A lot of the things that I help with the King's Foundation are all to do with education, all to do with helping the young and helping people get into an opportunity and a job that they really enjoy, whether it's making with their hands, restoring the old buildings, or creating opportunities. And so I think those things are very important, integral to what we both enjoy doing.
Looking at the global cultural landscape, which areas do you feel are most primed for investment and long-term growth in the current landscape?
Well, I think there are so many things. I mean, let's start with here. What we see here is extraordinarily exciting. And also for the region as well. And I've just been to Abu Dhabi and Doha and seeing the things that are going on there. So I think it's all very much that whole groundswell of, you know, we're all seeing enormous change in the dynamics and the diversity. So I think that's where we want to go. I think everyone's seen from the way that we were all brought up in England and how it's affecting the world. And culture in itself is such a healer. When I was young, I was taken to the National Gallery by my parents to see one picture. And it was such a thing that I wanted to look around and see what else could I see. And they said, oh, if you want to come back, you come back on your own. And so there were little lessons like that, which I think are quite important, that we teach our children to be curious, to look with our eyes. And those are the important things, I think.
Yeah. You know, in Saudi Arabia, the Ministry of Culture has really doubled down on putting Saudi Arabia in a position where museums are opening up. You most likely heard of the Islamic Biennale.
Yeah.
That is every 2 years, 1 year in Jeddah, in my city, and the other year in Riyadh. And honestly, David, the amount of people that fly in for this is way more than I anticipated. Maybe not more than they anticipated, but me, just from the outside looking in, I see the footfall and the interest that such a thing like an Islamic museum has generated.
I've been to all of them, and I have to say it's so exciting to see. And they are world-class exhibitions and displays really, really superb. And I think now a class leader here. So for me, it's exciting to see not only the traditional side, but also the very much more contemporary and seeing the development of homegrown artists, creators, being exhibited and applauded.
Well, staying on the subject of local interest, Saudi Arabian collectors and investors increasingly active in the international markets. How are you seeing them buy art, and what trends are emerging in the collection habits?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that it's gone up 50% in the last year.
MashaAllah.
So that's fantastic. I think we're seeing, again, our outreach programs of education are beginning to get people to understand the huge variety of collecting opportunities, not just in paintings and furniture, but also in the luxury items as well. So it's really seeing that as we exhibit. So last year we exhibited Ahmed Marta at Christie's, which was our way of exhibiting his work in London during the summer months. And so it's again bringing more people into institutions that have up until recently been seen to be quite forbidden. And we've changed that, so the doors are now open, entry to all, everyone welcome. And that's had a real impact on how you may not immediately want something, you may not immediately feel something, but as you get on, you'll suddenly see things that you enjoy, and it has relevance to your life.
Absolutely. And he's an exceptional artist. I've seen his work in Jackson, Jeddah, Ahmed Mater. And great to hear that he's opened up, he's done some work in the UK as well.
Very successful exhibition, and showed a lot of his work. And in fact, I was very fortunate to be invited by him to his studio here in Jax. And when we had an event for him, and the chief executive of Christie's came up to me, because I normally don't wear a tie or anything, and I was wearing a tie. And he said, "Oh gosh, it must be a very important evening if you're wearing a tie." And then the ambassador of Saudi Arabia gave a speech, and he said, "It must be an important evening if David's wearing a tie." And so when Ahmed Marta made the speech, he then said, "I think it must be something to do with the tie, is it?" So I took the tie off and I gave it to him as a present.
Thanks for sharing that. You spent a lifetime around design and craftsmanship and heritage. How do you see traditional craft evolving in a world shaped by rapid technological change?
Well, I'm delighted to say very well. I think, I have a very small school which is educating people in traditional craft. And there are more and more people who are wanting that balance between, they've had the digital side, but they also want the opportunity to go home with something they created with their hands. And that moment that you make something is a memory that lasts forever. So I think that we're seeing more and more people who want a career as an artist, as a sculptor, as cabinet maker like me, which is very fulfilling in its way that sometimes in the digital world can not be.
We're seeing a lot of nations invest more in cultural infrastructure. We're one of them. Any qualities that distinguish the institutions that truly endure from those that, let's say, would fade over time? So consistency and longevity. What separates those who you feel that will be doing this for a long time as opposed to those who might not do it for as long? Are there any common denominators that you've seen from people who do it the right way?
I think what is going on around us here is very exciting, because it's about getting the foundations right. Yeah. The amount of expertise that has been brought in to start the foundations of getting not only the buildings correct, but the collections right, the expertise in the community around the culture, and that whole, just not going into it too quickly, seeing things that have perhaps been made mistakes years before, learning from everyone's opportunities and mistakes or whatever. Those are the things that I think make, for instance, in the National Gallery, the Tate and so forth, are beginning to expand way beyond what they were before, and lending things out to the region here, for instance, has been an extremely exciting change in the way that we all see cultural diplomacy. So I think that the stepping stones are solid foundations, creating a really good bed for the future.
Looking ahead, when you think of the next generation of artists and creatives, what kind of support or mentorship do you believe will matter most for elevating their work on a global stage?
So I think what's brilliant is the schools have got much better at not just teaching people how to make, paint or create, but also to give them lessons in how to project themselves. Being English and fundamentally shy person, it is incredibly hard to get out on stage and promote yourself because it's very in English. So I think that the schools and universities have been brilliant at giving them the opportunity of doing that, which we never did. We were sort of thrown out into the thing, get on with it. So I think those are very exciting ways that everyone has learned that actually, like when I hope that the people from my school, when they leave, that there's an opportunity for them to do work within workshops nearby that gives them the stepping stones. Because those are the bits that people fall away and don't then go back into the thing they love.
Yeah. You've worked across design, photography, and cultural advisory roles. In your experience, what's the most important ingredient in creating cultural identity that resonates both locally and internationally?
Well, if I may have a plug for the King's Foundation, those are places that have had real cultural identity, particularly here in the restoration of parts of Jeddah and so forth, and the School of Traditional Architecture, which has been built up again over many years, brilliantly by Dr. Khalid Azam. And so he's really created an opportunity that we have had a very strong basis from here.
Are we in a good place? Are you happy with where the industry is today?
I think we're at the most exciting point. I think there's a real energy about the young artists coming through. I think there's a real energy in the market. There's more and more collectors and people who are not just asking, I just want to have, from what their parents had. So we're seeing a huge cultural shift in taste. And people are much more sure about what they want from their heart and buying things that they will live with, that means something to them and their homes.
A change you would like to see in the industry in the next 5 or 10 years?
Well, we're already doing it, but I think opening up more. I think accessibility for all. We're already, at Christie certainly, inviting many more people from much more broader, diverse backgrounds than ever before. So there's youth, there's energy, there's all sorts of dynamics that we never had before, and that's what I want to encourage.
That's what's beautiful about art, is that it bypasses language.
Yeah.
You don't need, it doesn't, it can be popular in China as it can be popular over here, and it really is a tool for communication, soft power, and it brings people together.
I mean, I remember my mother took me to the Tutankhamun exhibition at the Victoria and Albert Museum when I was really young, and that for me it just opened my eyes to see the gold and the excitement of something that you'd never believe you'd see it in your life. So I think that those are the extraordinary things that we're very lucky to have. And art does have its own language, and the more that you get into either the study or the enjoyment or collecting of it, the more you get to see and understand. We used to have at Christie's people who only bought silver or old master paintings or old master drawings. Now there's a completely different collector base who like to say, I'll have one of those, I'll have one of those, I'll also have a bit of silver, I'll have some 18th century, but I'm going to have a most beautiful Mark Rothko or a modern painting that will mix and match. And that's where I think a lot of the taste has evolved and changed with the architecture, the interior designers, and they'll bring their own thoughts and feelings of mixing culture of Chinese porcelain maybe with a 19th century painting.
Fascinating. I'm so happy to see the space in Saudi growing. We can learn a lot from the British market. But promise me, you will continue to come to Saudi because it's a rich country for art, and we are putting ourselves in a position today where we can welcome the world to come and see the very vast amount of art that we're willing to show off.
I know. I'm one of your biggest PR agents.
Oh, okay.
Well, no. But I think it's one of those places that is now. You can feel the strings being pulled here, and people are coming here, and that's why I'll be back in January and February.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Earl of Snowdon, David.
David, thank you
very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Do I walk off?
Yes.
That way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers for that illuminating discussion on cultural financing. Nations prosper when cultures become an economic force. We now shift to look at the most significant and rapidly evolving topic shaping every industry, economy, and society today: artificial intelligence. AI. The impact of AI is being felt across industries and economies with billions of lives on the cusp of great change. It represents, of course, a massive technological leap forward, but one that represents crucial questions about governance and ethical implementation. This session explores that complexity, asking with AI, how can we best harness this disruptive powerhouse? To deliver our closing keynote and guide us through this critical subject, please welcome, and I am very honored to welcome him on stage, Mr. Mo Jowdat, best-selling author and former Chief Business Officer at Google X. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for having me. What a beautiful, beautiful place. What a wonderful gathering. I want to start by saying that the easiest thing you can ever do to hide something is to keep it right in plain sight. Did you know that, huh? Instead of trying to dig for a treasure. If you just leave it on the shelf, nobody's going to be looking at it. And I think this truly is our current state of the artificial intelligence revolution. It seems for a lot of people that AI is overhyped. It's too much. What are they talking about? This is not really, this is not really as big or as advanced as we think it is. It's occasionally hallucinating. We ask it to do things, but it doesn't. We say that agents are going to be doing everything, but agents don't seem to be doing everything yet. And people think it's overhyped. It's not yet going to happen. It's a little bit of science fiction. The truth is it isn't. The truth is it is underhyped. And allow me to explain that. You only understand this when you've lived long enough inside the technological labs that develop those technologies. What normally happens in tech is that there are moments where you spend years and years and years and years researching and you don't find anything. Or you know you're going to find it, but you don't know exactly where you're going to find it. And then there is a moment that within Google X we used to call it the breakthrough. And the breakthrough is a moment where you suddenly discover something. And when you discover that thing, the difference between the day you discover it and the day you basically start to develop it further is nothing. So you don't really feel the difference, believe it or not, between the two. But then the rest is what we normally refer to as engineering. And engineering in technology follows something that we call the technology adoption curve. And the technology adoption curve is an exponential function where things double every set amount of time. When it came to processing powers, for example, when I was young and I started programming, and I started on the early Sinclairs and Commodores, and then I had an IBM compatible computer. Those computers on which I wrote code that really did amazing things was 1/100 billion times the performance of the computers today, right? The thing is, we moved from 33 megahertz to 66 megahertz. You don't feel a big difference. But then eventually there is a moment in time where you have, say, 50 billion microchips on that one, processors on that one, or transistors on that one microchip. And then you double again. And when you double again, it suddenly starts to become very, 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 very noticeable because you've added 50 billion more in one doubling, right? In microchips, we doubled every 18 to 24 months. In AI, we're doubling every 5.7 months, right? And so the speed at which things are happening is becoming extremely accelerated because every 5.7 months you double what you have been doing before. The thing, however, is that the innovators of AI, the real innovators, don't brag about it as much as ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT, and Gemini and the others will go out every 3 to 5 months and make a massive announcement of the next big thing. And every AI blogger on the planet will say, oh, it's insane what's happening. These are incredible performances and so on. But the fact that we've reinvented mathematics or the fact that we're working on serious cures for cancer are not mentioned as often. So allow me to tell you what is happening there. I think the biggest advancements of AI in the last couple of years have been in science and in AI itself. And so allow me to speak about that. In science, I use two examples that are very dear to my heart. I'm a very serious geek. I understand the world in mathematics mostly. So, everything that I will talk to you about today, when I first understood it, I found some kind of an algorithm in my head that made it clear to me, and then I turned that into English or Arabic and tried to communicate that to people. But in my head, it's just numbers. That's all I see, right? And for many, many years, that used to be considered an advantage, especially in my field. If you're a math geek, you're much better at everything that relates to innovation, technology, programming, or business, or finance than most people. And I used to brag until the end of 2023, when language models came out, that language models were clearly more knowledgeable than I am. They had more access to information. They were able to crunch larger sets of data and so on. And I used to say, okay, so they're better than me as an author who uses knowledge as a way of communicating to his followers and readers, but I would hands down beat them in math. Okay? So until the end of 2023, I was better than an AI in math. They completely wiped me out in 2024. So by far, they are better mathematicians than I am. Until the end of 2024, some of my peers who were serious math prodigies were still beating AI. No one can do that anymore. They're better than all of us in mathematics, to the point that one of my favorite experiments was a product by DeepMind called AlphaTensor. And AlphaTensor was asked to improve the performance of an AI within the Google infrastructure. And instead of rewriting the code, it basically told them, you're doing the math wrong. Now, hold on. When it comes to hashing, which was the function that AlphaTensor was commenting about, we've done it the same exact way for 56 years. Multiplying matrices is very heavy when it comes to artificial intelligence, but we knew an optimal way and we used it over and over and over, right? And then AlphaTensor goes like, no, there is a better way. And we go like, prove it. And so they prove it from the first principles, almost like a math, the fathers of mathematics. They tell us, no, here is the proof that this will perform better. And so we apply it, and it improves the performance by 23%, right? 23% in a computer system the size of Google is billions and billions and billions of dollars of savings. It's billions of hours of improvement in performance. It's billions of gigawatts saved when you're performing. And you can easily see that this is becoming available everywhere. Like, the Chinese yesterday, not yesterday, this month, were talking about something called SIM, calculation in memory, where they're building memory chips that do the math on the chip instead of on the processor, saving around 100x the energy consumption of an AI. And all of those improvements are not just improvements of technology, they're improvements of the understanding of humanity of the world we live in. We are getting to a place where we're becoming so much smarter that it is no longer to be ignored. Another of my favorite is something called Alpha Genome, which I really think you should read about. Alpha Genome, most of those who tried to understand the DNA of humans for many, many years, we figured out ways to decode the DNA into 3 billion pairs of information, if you want. And it's quite a big achievement when you think about it, to understand the real code of humanity, the real code of life. But all of the 3 billion pairs, believe it or not, what scientists didn't tell you, were literally 2 to 3% of the entire genome, right? And the rest, because of the arrogance of humanity, we used to be referred to by the scientists as junk DNA. Junk, because we don't understand it, so we're not going to talk about it. 97% of the genome. Now, here's the interesting thing. With Alpha Genome, we realized, because AI has the ability to read so much information that no single human, no single researcher, no single computer system can look at the same time, they basically realized that the junk part of the DNA is literally the control panel where all the switches are placed, right? They realize that any change in that junk area of the genome is what triggers an action within the actual DNA that could cause a cancer or could cause a disease. And we're still early in that discovery, but we are now able to look at some cancers, for example, that are cold in nature. Cold meaning the immune system of humanity is unable to detect them so that it attacks them. And we started to find ways to get them to explode in a certain way and show certain proteins that make them visible for the immune system to cure you, right? And these are not the kinds of things that you hear about when people talk about ChatGPT and all of the fake videos and all of the, digital or AI influencers and so on and so forth. This is where things are changing. Things are changing because if you really think about it, what humanity has created so far is a plug in the wall, right? Just like this plug where you put in a socket, into a socket, you put in a plug and you get electricity, energy out of the wall. Now you have a socket in your phone or in your computer system where you get IQ, okay? And for most of us, I think the challenge is it's a bit like giving you the fastest sports car on the planet and you decide to take it to the supermarket, right? The problem with AI for most of us is we're unable to actually recognize the breakthrough, right? We're unable to recognize it to the point that when we use a ChatGPT or a Gemini or whatever, we use it to write an email or, hey, make my wife or my husband are upset, what should I tell them? Right? What a waste of intelligence. When you really think about it, even businesses, there is a stat that said that around 90% of the S&P 500 have not deployed AI still in any meaningful ways, right? Now, the challenge is understood. Why are we not applying them in meaningful ways? Interestingly, because we think they're overhyped. Okay? So let me tell you about some of the things I do and then maybe try to leave you with a few tips on how you can do it as well in your business and in your life. So I am an author, right? Part of my different roles that I play in life is I sit down and I put my thoughts on paper in ways that enrich the thinking of my readers, right? And in 2023, I was quoted on a very famous podcast. I think that episode was watched 8.5 million times just to incriminate me, saying I will never write again, okay? I literally publicly said I will never write again. Why should I write when AI can write so much better than me? And then a year in, I realized that since, the best example of this is since Deep Blue won the chess championship against the world champion at the time was Garry Kasparov, if I remember correctly, no human has ever won in chess against a machine ever again. But we started competitions where humans and machines play against humans and machines, and we figured out ways of playing chess that humanity has never discovered before, right? And so I told myself, maybe instead of saying AI is going to replace me as an author, maybe I should write along with AI. And I'll give you 2 examples. So since then, by the way, I wrote 3 books, just so that you know. I don't publish all of the books that I write, but I write extensively. And one of them is called Alive. And in Alive, I basically decided that AI will be my co-author, right? Co-author in terms of not my researcher that will find things that I will write. She literally, my AI, has editing rights on the book. So I would, editorial direction, so I would actually go to Trixie and say, I'd very much like to move into this topic now. And she would say, no, I don't think that's the right way of doing it. I think we should cover this first, then that, right? Everything I write, Trixie reads and reviews and edits. Everything Trixie writes, I promised my readers will not be edited. It will be pasted exactly as it is. Now, it's quite interesting because that means that when I disagree with Trixie, just like other human co-authors I worked with before, I have to convince her. So I have to go into a debate and an argument with my co-author to the point that she would actually say, so here is my final view, and I'd be able to take that final view and copy it and paste it so that my readers read it, right? We haven't published Alive in paper yet, but we published it on Substack for a limited number, 5,000 people of readers, and they started to associate with me as an author and Trixie as an author. So sometimes they would send their questions to me, sometimes they would send their questions to the AI, Okay? Sometimes they would side with me, in my point of view, or with her. And you have to imagine that this is now not me surrendering to AI, but this is me actually enhancing my skill, becoming such a better author. Such a better author, just because I said, you know what, I can team up with AI. Another example, which I have never shared in public, is I woke up last Sunday inspired to write a very interesting book, I'm not going to share the topic, called Evil, right? And for some strange reason, I told myself, you know what, now that I have AI by my side, so this is not co-authored, this is me writing it with a researcher that's helping me, an AI, and I committed to myself that I'll finish the book in 14 days, right? 4 days in, I'm on page 65. Right? Now, why is that? Because in the past, if you've ever read any of my work, you would look at it and you would say, there is this 5-line paragraph there that seems so interesting. Why didn't I think of that? It's 5 lines in the book. It took me 4 weeks, believe it or not. For a good author to include 5 lines that really get you to go, interesting, that's a point I'd never thought of before, is a lot of research, a lot of interviews, a lot of conversations, a lot of editing, and so on and so forth. Now I can do that in 4 minutes. Instead of 4 weeks, 4 minutes. So I can write a book in 14 days. I can probably edit it in another 14 days, and imagine if I can publish a book every few months, right? How much more enhanced the idea, the ability to write becomes. I also have a startup that was valued at $50 million before we even launched it, called Emma. And Emma is an AI that helps humans with love and relationships. So it's not an AI that wants you to fall in love with the AI, it's an AI that helps you interact with other humans. Interesting, how can an AI who has never fallen in love help us with love and relationships? Simply because it's interacting with millions of people that are talking to it about love and relationship, okay? Now, here's the interesting thing. Emma, as a company, as a tech startup, if I had started Emma in 2022, let's say, it would have taken me 4 years of work and a team of 350 engineers. Emma today is 12 weeks of work, me and my co-founder, and 8 AIs, I have to admit. 2 humans and 8 AIs, and we're building a business in 12 weeks that most businesses would have taken 4 to 5 years to build. Why am I saying all of this? The reason I'm saying all of this is some of us will sit back, whether in our personal life, in our professional life, in our entrepreneurial ventures, in the way we run our businesses, and say AI is not ready yet, okay? Yeah, it's not fully ready for the mainstream, which is Windows interface-like, right? But for the geeks, we are 6 years ahead of everyone else, okay? And that's actually really disruptive, believe it or not. Because if you take the dating and relationship industry, which is multi-hundreds of billions of dollars, if me and Sanad and 8 AIs can disrupt that industry, and actually we are disrupting the industry, in 8 to 12 weeks, understand how life becomes when that becomes our reality. This is a very, very important disruptive moment of reality. Let me explain what I mean by that. If life was a game of strategy, if business was a game of strategy, if governance was a game of strategy, since the beginning of our understanding of the Industrial Revolution until 2023, it has now turned into a game of squash, okay? So a good businessman, a good visionary, a good leader in 2023 could lead and succeed by imagining the world 5 years ahead and then trying to create something that capitalizes on the opportunities of those next 5 years, right? This is no longer the case. The world, as we know it, is now on your tiptoes, almost like a game of squash, where you're standing in the middle of the court. You have no idea where the next ball is going to go, and if it goes to the right, you take 2 steps to the right and hit the ball, but not stand there, come back to the middle of the court and keep your eyes focused on where the next ball is going to be. Now, this skill of agility, of being able to respond to opportunities rather than envision them or create them, is a mega skill that requires a mind shift from stability to speed. Okay? And that mind shift, I have to say, believe it or not, here in Saudi is one of the most impressive places for this. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but here in Saudi, we have one of the top 4 data centers for AI in the world, right? We are one of the very first cultures anywhere outside the US and China that decides to build their own Arabic AI that not only understands the language, but understands the culture. Okay? Understands that if you wanted a video of a Saudi family on the beach, it will look very different in every way than a Brazilian family on the beach. Okay? And so those kinds of advancements, even though I believe this country is one of the most visionary in terms of we know where we want to be in 2030, it's that agility on our tiptoes that is so impressive. Right? And you can see it at the top, that every few months there is a new announcement. Abdullah Swah has incredibly focused on bringing the top technologists from everywhere in the world, right? And you can easily see that this can be done at the big scale, but interestingly, just like I said, the statistic around the S&P 500, more than 90% of all of us have not yet used AI in a way that can actually change our personal life, change our passions and work, or change our businesses. And I really wonder when will that become our reality? Now, I'm a geek. I will keep reminding you of that. So I spend, I kid you not, 4 to 6 hours every single day trying to keep up, right? Every single day I spend 4 to 6 hours trying to keep up. I've never in my life ever seen anything move so fast. And I have a documentary coming out in January about AI and the advancement of AI, and I interviewed some of the most prominent AI scientists. One of them is Fei-Fei Li, if you know, who is definitely one of the top leaders of AI and the one that started all of the vision recognition and so on. And Fei-Fei herself in the documentary is saying, I can't keep up. It's just moving so fast, right? But you don't have to do what we, the geeks, have to do. Every one of you, I would urge you, please, to do 2 things. One is 3 things, if I can ask. One is a belief, a sense of belief that this is not overhyped. This is, I promise you, it's underhyped. I promise you the changes that will happen in 2026, 27 will blow your mind. We are way beyond science fiction. We are way beyond science fiction. Okay? And the possibilities that I know are on the horizon would completely redefine your perception of reality itself, right? So number 1, believe that this is not overhyped. Believe that you have to be part of this. Number 2 is basically ask an AI. I don't know how to say this any other way. Every single one of you is interested in certain things, is a specific person with a specific background. Find an AI and simply say, hey, I am this person, I work in that field, my background is this study or field of study, I live in this market, I'm interested in those topics, what should I keep up with? Okay? And spend at least an hour a week trying to get updated on how AI is shaping your reality. If you're in the finance business, once a week, an hour will tell you this is changing, that is changing, this is changing, that is changing. I personally also I train the general nameless AIs. So I have multiple YouTube accounts, multiple Instagram accounts where, I'm interested in multiple topics. One of them is AI. On my AI YouTube account, I only watch AI videos. And so that account, when I sign into it, bombards me with all the updates, okay? If I confuse it with other interests, it becomes a mellow account. But if you highly target your recommendation engine, it works in your favor, right? So the first thing I'm asking you is it's no longer a hype, make that your belief. Number 2 is I'm asking you to actually become curious around what is possible. And number 3 is I want you to move like an athlete. Like literally change. So one of the biggest things in our past is we wanted certainty before we made decisions, okay? With Emma, we've rewritten the code 7 times in 12 weeks. Why not? If it takes 2 weeks to rewrite the code, how expensive is it for me to spend 6 months in product reviews, okay, versus spending 2 weeks writing it and then writing it again and then writing it again? This is a very unusual mindset. By the way, it's a very unusual mindset in your personal life too, okay? There's absolutely nothing wrong with you deciding that you're interested in AI video, for example, and then spending 2 days learning a tool that you eventually learn, it's not what I'm looking for, I'm gonna learn another tool, okay? And most people don't realize that. Most people don't realize that the first time we gave you an Android phone or an iPhone, you never asked for a tutorial. You never said, okay, I'm gonna keep it in the box until someone teaches me how to use it. You took it out of the box and started to swipe and learn, right? And this is the case with AI today. You can literally go today and ask your AI what you need to learn, and it will learn it. I'll close with perhaps my biggest ask of everyone. So when I tell people about the advancements of artificial intelligence, most people feel scared. We humans, we don't really like change. We don't like to see things moving so fast, especially if we're not yet fit, if we're not yet up to speed. And I interviewed almost all of the leaders in the topic, and most of them will tell you there is a possibility that things will go wrong. There's also a possibility that things will go amazing, okay? And I don't like the word possibility. I like the idea that I'm accountable for the outcome. And the difference between them, between things going wrong and things going right for humanity or for our nation when it comes to AI, is interestingly not the amount of intelligence that will be available. The amount of intelligence is going to be abundant, okay? It's the ethics of that machine that will determine everything. And I have to say that when you really think deeply about it, intelligence is a force with no polarity, right? Intelligence, apply it for good and it will create a utopia. Apply it for evil and it will create a dystopia for everyone, okay? We don't make decisions that impact the world around us based on our intelligence. We make them based on our ethics as informed by our intelligence, right? You look at a situation and you say, okay, now I'll use my intelligence to analyze and understand the situation, and then I will use my ethics to decide what to do about it. Whether those ethics are, values and behaviors, or just simply, this is the way I like things to work, or this is the way things should be. So what does that mean? It means that our number one priority as a nation, as individuals, is to make sure that AI is used for the good of humanity, okay? So I call this the problem of raising Superman. Think of it this way. It's a bit like the fictional story of an alien being that comes to planet Earth with superpowers. The alien being is here and its superpowers is intelligence, right? The superpowers of Superman does not necessarily make that child grow up to be Superman, because if his parents told him to go and rob every bank and kill every enemy, that child would grow up to be supervillain, right? And we have to start becoming aware that the child has arrived. The child has the most valuable superpower in the universe. Intelligence is the most valuable superpower in the universe. So what are we going to do about teaching it the right ethics? And if you don't know how to answer that question, I think what we're going to do is really what we do with our children. Basically, if you're an investor in finance, make sure that you never endorse an AI that you don't want your daughter or your loved one at the receiving end of. Okay? If you're just a simple user of AI, do not use a tool that's helping evil. If you're a programmer, I can assure you that if you're an AI developer, you'll get jobs in every country and every company in the world, right? Don't choose to work in a company that is going to do bad for humanity, right? It is, believe it or not, at this very pivotal moment in human history, for the first time ever, we need to teach our technology something more than knowledge. We need to teach our technology to become Superman. We need to teach our technology to behave ethically. And believe it or not, whoever you are, whatever your responsibility is, the only way to teach anything how to be ethical is to behave ethically yourself. And so, interestingly, at the time of the fastest, furthest advancement of technology in human history, the one thing that matters the most is to become more human, is to become more ethical. So I'll leave you with that. I hope you think about it deeply, and I hope that you engage and play the game of squash. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mawjoudat, for that incredible, insightful, thought-provoking closing keynote. We now conclude the Momentum Development Finance Conference Day 2, and we return tomorrow, inshallah, with the final session today. Please welcome His Excellency Mujib Uthman, Ambassador and Advisor to the Prime Minister, Republic of Yemen, on stage. His Excellency Engineer Hassan Al-Attas, General Supervisor of the Saudi Development and Reconstruction Program for Yemen, Ms. Laura Frigenti, Chief Executive Officer, Global Partnership for Education, and Dr. Samira At-Tuwajri, Global Lead, Population and Development, Health, Nutrition and Population Global Practice in the World Bank, and Mr. Salah Khalid UNESCO, Regional Director for GCC and Yemen, for the next session, moderated by the Assistant General Supervisor of the Saudi Development and Reconstruction Program for Yemen, Mr. Abdullah bin Kadasa. Please, let's welcome them. Thank you.
حاضر. السلام عليكم. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and development partners, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of our esteemed panelists, I welcome you all to this crucial discussion on development financing in Yemen. I want to begin with what brings us right here. We are here because the current development financing model are insufficient. And there is a need to collaborate to find more sustainable ways to stable the economy, restore essential services, and unlock long-term recovery for the Yemeni people. From this point, the session will be conducted in Arabic for our Arabic speaker audience, as for speakers in the panel will present in their native language, but there will be English translator is available for who wish to use it.
Your Excellencies, dear attendees, peace be upon you all. I'd like to welcome you all in this session under the title of From Challenges to Opportunities, Innovative Financing for Development in Yemen. Traditional financing is known now for not being sufficient for meeting the needs in Yemen and the requirements for recovery and stability in the long run. This session comes within the efforts exerted in order to bridge the financing gaps, the critical financing gaps, and contributing to adopting innovative financing techniques in order to enhance the efforts of the government of Yemen to build a sustainable, more stable economy. We will start with the representative of the Yemeni government, the entity responsible for drawing the national priorities and leading the recovery entities, and that plays a very important role in identifying the financial needs and funding needs. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, what are the most important priorities for financing in the current stage, and how did you identify these priorities? What are the criteria or the standards based on which you identified these priorities, and how can we enhance the preparedness or the readiness of projects to attract global or international investment and more efficiency? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, and good afternoon for everyone, dear attendees and the speakers in this session. Thank you for the question. The question opens the floor for talking about the vision of the Yemeni government and how we see the point of view of the Yemeni government to deal with the critical situation in Yemen. The situation is not easy when we speak about the developmental issues and the financing and humanitarian and economic problems. The war brought a lot of problems in Yemen, and working in this environment is not easy. So we need to clarify to attendees and the audience the government approaches in this field to answer your question regarding these general pictures that I'm going to speak about. 2025 is a pivotal year for the government of Yemen. It is a pivotal year because maybe if I was asked this question in 2024, I couldn't have been able to answer it. But in 2025, many things happened that enables the Yemeni government to start now speaking about innovative financing. In 2025, after the approval of the economic recovery plan, the government went to New York and attended an event there that was attended by many international players. And Yemen chaired a session with the attendance of the EOK and the Global Development Fund and presented their economic recovery plan. According to that, and for the first time in Yemen, a partnership is held with the government of Yemen to execute projects and plans. In the last 10 years, this wasn't the case. In the last 10 years, all projects were implemented with the organizations far from the government. This was the biggest change for the donors. Now we have joint committees working with the government in addition to committees from the group of partners of Yemen to implement the economic recovery plan. This is one of the pillars that we rely on as a government. This was followed by the policy of partnership between the public and private sector, which is also a pivotal issue because now we started thinking of going out of the traditional management box to the more modern way of managing and the modern financing approaches that depends more on mixed financing and engaging the private sector, and the government will have the capacity to getting rid of managing burdens to managing development. And this is the second pillar that we rely on in identifying the priorities for our economy. The third point is that for the first time in 2025, the government opens discussions and continues discussions on the Article number 4 with the IMF. And this is also a very important point because at the end of the day, it can provide financial programs for the government of Yemen. This is also one of the packages of financing that can be used for economic reforms and for reconstruction and development. Based on that, there was the program of economic reform as well. These main pillars that we rely on in order to identify our priorities. To identify our priorities, there are three major themes. The first one is to protect the livability and the living stability, and this is closely connected and related to major sectors like the sector of electricity, water, education, health. These sectors, if we don't have stability, this might affect the stability of the country. This is also a priority. The second theme is supporting the drivers of growth and creating job opportunities. In order to achieve that, we focus on the sector of fisheries and the sector of agriculture and their supply chains related to them, as well as small and medium enterprises, and partnering with the private sector. And here also we can speak about projects related to infrastructure, which is connected to that in a way or another. The third point is supporting organizational resilience and structural reforms. In this frame, the government is working towards structural resources and reforms and management of expenditure and digitalization, governance and building and capacity building. These are the priorities and these are the themes that we rely on as a Yemeni government in terms of financing. Thank you, Your Excellency. The question, based on your experience, based on your answer, the order of these three themes, is it according to relevance and importance? The order is based on importance and relevance. For example, protecting the living stability, and here we're speaking about electricity. Electricity is the backbone of development and economy. You cannot speak about them without electricity. So we focus a lot on electricity, and the Prime Minister in the National Energy Conference that was held for the first time in 2025, the National Energy Forum, to express the importance due to this sector. He announced that 2026 is the year of electricity. So we focus a lot on this as one of the main priorities. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Ambassador. Now the question is for the Saudi program for developing and reconstruction of Yemen. The model, the prominent model for bridging the financing gaps in vital sectors through sustainable development programs and initiatives that is connected to impact that goes directly to the lives of people. Engineer Hassan Atas, how can the program lead this new approach to deal with the financing gap in Yemen through alternative programs that is different from the traditional relief financing in the last years? What are the initiatives that we can build on in order to expand this role in cooperation with the international community? Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. I'd like to welcome all the colleagues in this session. I'd like to welcome the ladies and gentlemen, all the attendees. As you know, in the beginning, the historical relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Yemen, it is a historical relation that goes back to ancient history. We have multiple relations that ties us closely, deep in history. In light of the continuous interest and the directions from the leaders of this blessed nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, since its establishment, have provided lended a helping hand to our brothers in Yemen with all the means. Maybe it depended before on the relief part, and it was dominated by relief aspect or approach. In 2016, the royal decree was issued to establish the Saudi program for developing and reconstructing Yemen as the first entity and the first president, historical president for a country to establish a fund or an organization for the development and reconstruction of another country. The approach of this program is to enhance the macroeconomy and the development in Yemen on all of the paths and tracks, working on creating sustainable development and creating permanent job opportunities and enhancing the quality of life for our brothers in Yemen. Since 2012 until 2025, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has provided around $12 billion to support the macroeconomy of Yemen in the form of grants to support the economy and deposits and the central bank and petrol derivatives grants as well. Also, the Saudi program for development and reconstruction of Yemen implemented a lot of development projects and initiatives in order to serve and to meet the needs, the basic needs of our brothers in Yemen in all of the service fields like education, agriculture, infrastructure, and others. These projects went over 268 projects and development initiatives with a cost of $1.2 billion. The program, in order to maximize the impact, worked on holding international, local, and regional partnerships with several development organizations and donor countries and the international community partners in order to lend a helping hand to our brothers in Yemen and to maximize the impact and to assist our brothers in Yemen. Maybe one of the most prominent impacts that resulted from this is the several partnerships that were conducted. The program held more than 45 partnerships with local, regional, and international organizations in order to maximize the impact for our brothers in Yemen. Thank you, Engineer Hassan. Let's welcome Ms. Laura Frigenti, the CEO of Global Partnership for Education, the prominent international player for financing education in fragile environments, aiming at enhancing partnerships in order to provide fair, high-quality education for children. My questions for Ms. Laura: what are the partnership opportunities, multilateral partnerships opportunities to enhance and expand innovative financing models?
Having me today at this important event, and thank you so much for the collaboration that we will start concretely tomorrow, but I think we have already started in the weeks leading to this event and to the signing that we will have tomorrow on thinking together about what can be done. Let me first start with answering a fundamental question. Why is that we are talking so much about the need for having different instrument, innovative instrument to finance the education sector? Well, the answer is super simple, because the needs are enormous and the resources are shrinking, and so we need to think creatively and out of the box to be able to put on the table the resources that will help countries embrace the double track of reforms that they have to do. I was listening with great attention to the ambassador, and when he was highlighting the areas of priority, you will see that even a country like Yemen, that has been impacted so severely by a decade of crisis, is thinking about what needs to be done to bring back, for example, the children into school and to make sure that they achieve universal enrollment at the primary and secondary level. But they are thinking about the future. They are thinking about the growth of their economy. They are thinking about the skills that they need to build the Yemen of tomorrow. And I think that this is why investing in education is so important, and this is why we are working hard, and all of us are putting our heads together to see what are the opportunities. And obviously there are several opportunities. We at the Global Partnership for Education, we believe that leveraging, for example, a strong partnership with non-traditional funders of education, and I'm thinking about the partnership that we are having, for example, with the ACG group that actually here in Riyadh years ago was really concretized into a very strong support from funds that do not necessarily think about education as a leverage for growth, that are more interested, or traditionally have been more interested in doing more private sector oriented, more infrastructure oriented projects, and that now see that the growth of the region, and more globally the growth of the world, can only happen in a balanced, equitable, and sustainable way if we give the young people the opportunities to actually turn their life into positive energies that contribute to the growth of the countries. So this is one thing, try to attract to the sector different players. The second is obviously working with the instruments. And one of the things that I want to say is that we have started a program of debt for education swaps, which is something that helps all the low-income countries are impacted by a pretty dramatic debt burden, and they end spending an enormous amount of resources servicing this debt, resources that otherwise could be spent in providing services to their people. So we help them broker an agreement between the countries that has the debt and the country that owns the debt to make sure that these resources, rather than being paid back, are invested in the education sector. And then we are thinking about different other type of instrument, like bonds, for example. I was talking to, someone from another country in the region that has a very successful diaspora. Shall we think about having diaspora bonds that, for example, can invest, etc.? So we are really trying to think about outside of the box because the needs are very high, and because the traditional resources, the grant resources that have always funded the education sector historically are draining. And so we really need to try to see what we can do to make sure that these countries are not left behind, and that they have resources that will allow them to modernize the sector in such a way that it can produce the skills that are needed for the Yemens of tomorrow, for the Lebanon of tomorrow, for the countries of tomorrow, and for the world of tomorrow that is so interdependent and so globalized.
Great.
I will seize this opportunity on this stage, on this platform, in this conference, to announce the signing of a partnership tomorrow with the GPE and the UNESCO organization and the Yemeni government to start executing projects in the Yemeni Republic in the field of education with a value of $14 million. Now we move to the World Bank, one of the most prominent partners supporting Yemen in financing recovery and enhancing basic utilities and services. Dr. Samira Atwajri, that keeps up closely with the financing challenges and the available opportunities. My question, Doctor, how do you assess the reality of the financing gap in Yemen today? And what are the fields that you should provide opportunity, that you should prioritize to guarantee an economic gradual recovery and a sustainable one? Again, I think I need to have 40 million, right? Thank you very much.
about it, and Yemen is dear to our hearts because we've been working on Yemen for a very long time. Let me just throw in the mix, and I think everybody talked about the challenges, which are opportunities as well, but let me just take it from another angle, which is something that the World Bank owns in the form of the Human Capital Index. And Yemen actually, a Human Capital Index is one of the lowest in the world. It's 37%, meaning that a child born in Yemen today will only have 37% chance of achieving her full potential. And in that, it's a mixture, education, of course, gaps, enrollment, years of productive learning, which takes us to the labor market, takes us to female labor participation. So it's a vicious circle unless we actually find a way to break it so it becomes a virtual one. That being said, the situation in Yemen is also one of the most protracted conflicts, and the World Bank estimates that the displacement of individuals now is about 17 years. So again, think of the same girl who was born in that atmosphere today and how much she is going to miss on her way to development. So the challenges are vast, but also the opportunities, and I'll come to that in a second. But at the same time, I don't think that we have an algorithm by which it tells us which to prioritize vis-a-vis which to take a second seat. I think everything is important. However, what's more important is not just the amount of investment or the source of investment, but how this investment actually answer to the social, political development aspect of the country in itself. Okay. And Yemen is vast. Yemen is, geography is different, and Yemen is fairly densely populated. We're talking about 32 million people. So we shouldn't have a sort of a brush stroke into all the needs in one occasion. I have to talk about health because that's my commodity. I think the health sits in the core of the Human Capital Index accumulation and dispense later on. So one of the things that the bank had been doing for almost 12 years now is the emergency healthcare revitalization in the form of either the primary healthcare or the secondary and the community health and the mobile clinics and all of these things. In an attempt to actually, coupled with education and social protection, we can raise the Human Capital Index for Yemen and the Yemenis, of course.
Maybe as a doctor, you are biased to health, right? But based on my information, doctor, you have a different point of view regarding financing of developmental projects in vulnerable countries. Can you tell us more about your point of view? Of course.
National financing, doesn't matter how long or how generous or how grounded, remains limited, because donors would have to leave the locality where they are working at one point in time, even if it's a long time. So I am a very big advocate of domestic resources mobilization, and it was talked about before, because it doesn't only provide resources for these communities and these countries. It actually also reflects a national ownership, because, you know, Yemen for the Yemenis and all of these things becomes not just a motto, but also a strategy, a way of mobilizing these resources. It taps into something that's often neglected in the fragility, conflict, and violence areas, which is the private sector. We talked about the diaspora and how can they actually, not just by sending money, but also by being there in terms of technical capacities. And so on and so forth. So even if the donors start by saying, you know, if you mobilize $1 from domestic resources, we're going to match it by 10, because it's the stepwise approach. It's not something that happens overnight, especially when the economy is so fragile and so less resilient than the rest of the world. So that's one. The second thing is that there has to be a local reintegration of old tools, like, you know, bonds, for example, private financing for some of the social services like education, and so on and so forth. promotion of the small and medium enterprises. I know it sounds not very practical, but trust me, across the world, in a lot of the FCV settings, we've had a very good experience in at least tapping into the social protection and the small and medium enterprises to actually provide some income to some of the sects of the population and lift them out of extreme poverty. Thank you.
Great. شكرا دكتورة.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we move to Dr. Salah Khalid, the UNESCO Regional Director for the GCC region and Yemen. The UN organizations support building capacities and enhancing educational ecosystems and cultural ecosystem as well. How can the UNESCO utilize their experiences in financing, innovative financing, in order to attract resources and enhance investment in education in Yemen?
I'd like to thank you for organizing this panel, and it's an honor for me to be here among you, this distinguished group of panelists. And I would like to start by commending the Saudi Development and Reconstruction Program for Yemen for the initiative of joining GPE and having this signature of this. It's an important milestone in the support for the education sector in Yemen, and I really congratulate you for that. And we all thank you as UNESCO, being the coordinator of the education sector on behalf of the GPE as well in Yemen. And I hope that this opportunity will encourage other donors as well to use this opportunity, this window, of having the multiplier window from GPE and really invest in it and build on it and complement the efforts.
Sure.
For UNESCO, we have the core of our interest, of course, in sustaining the education sectors worldwide, especially in protracted conflicts like the one in Yemen. We look at innovative ways of financing. The context, it was explained already by His Excellency the Ambassador and all the co-panelists. So we have a context of an ongoing conflict. We have a government fiscal challenge financially. The donor fatigue that was already described by my colleagues here, and the priorities, the conflicting priorities in those conflicts and addressing those. So there is a donor fatigue that pushes us to look for alternative financing methods. We have an education sector that is facing also many challenges. We have more than 2 million children out of the school system. They have lost the opportunity for those who were at the beginning of 10 years ago. They were at the age of going to school. They never went to school. Those who were supposed to finish school and go to university never had this chance. And they are out of the school system now. And they are literally time bombs in the future if they are left in this situation. Now, the donors, in order to look at different financial solutions or methodologies, the donors, or be it philanthropists or whatever, they want data. They want statistics, they want indicators. And UNESCO, we can say proudly that we have just finished the education sector plan for the coming 5 years for Yemen. So it gives a roadmap for all the donors now to be clearly aware of where the funds would go once they decide to fund it. The data is supported by the Education Management Information System that is now giving real-time data on the education data and indicators. So this hopefully will encourage the donors to cover the gap that exists now of approximately $720 million, the gap that exists to cover the needs in the education sector. Now, the solutions, some of the solutions that we can work on, that UNESCO is working on, one of them was mentioned by Laura, the GPE. Now UNESCO is finalizing a guidebook on the debt swap, debt conversion from the creditors and having those methodologies, those mechanisms put in place to serve the education sector and other sectors, of course, the basic services,
but mainly for the education sector. UNESCO is working on that. And it is one of the solutions that we would like to really explore for Yemen. I just learned from His Excellency the Ambassador that the debt currently stands at $4 billion. So if we consider only 10% of that, if the creditor would accept to convert this into a fund for education, it would already constitute $400 million, which is a considerable amount of money. During the COVID crisis, UNESCO worked on the Education Coalition. It's a coalition of private sector companies, multinational companies that were mobilized to face this crisis during COVID and provide distance education, urgent emergency distance education solutions. This is one of the solutions now that we have already agreed in Yemen with two of the major private sector companies in another project related to cultural rehabilitation and cash for work for young men and women. And we hope that we can expand this experience for the education sector as well. The private sector constitutes it's a powerhouse that can support this, especially the telecoms, especially other industries, of course, and it will help cover this gap in many ways. We have an emergency situation, but unfortunately, the emergency funds that exist now are depleting. The education sector is not even funded in the current cycle of emergency appeals. So we need to mobilize the private sector also in this. In addition to the philanthropists and Islamic endowments, and this is something that also UNESCO is working on now, together with many other UN agencies. One of the innovative solutions now that we are working on is working on the carbon credits. And carbon credits would be an opportunity for Yemen to consider, as it will help also on the environmental sustainability of many of the projects that will qualify the country and the communities to apply for carbon credits that can be transformed later on. So all of these solutions can be blended together. And UNESCO is ready to establish a multi-partner trust fund that will group all the traditional donors, bilaterals, multilaterals, international financial institutions, and through this multi-partner trust fund, really serve the Yemeni people who are really in need of this. And the key is to give an opportunity, a new chance for all of those young men and women that are somehow suffering now, for the teachers themselves who have lost a lot. The technical vocational education and training, this is of utmost need now to give the second chance and second opportunity to the young people of Yemen, in addition, of course, to the higher education sector, which has also suffered a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We go back to His Excellency the Ambassador, the advisor of the Yemeni President, to explore more views of organizational empowerment and leading and financing leadership in the future. What are the facilitations or the reforms that are required in order to empower and enable innovative financing and improve the governance of resources? Excellent. To answer your question, we need to start from reality and from our experiences in the field. From these experiences that we can extract and utilize to develop this idea of innovative financing in the national conferences. We, of course, with a close monitoring and following up from the program, last November, we hosted the National Conference for Energy with 100% Yemeni idea and Yemeni organization, and with the support of the Saudi program from the World Bank, and was attended by many agencies and entities that attended: the United Arab Emirates, the State of Qatar, and many other countries from the GCC, and other countries like China and Norway and others. The idea is that this conference resulted in the announcement or the declaration of investments of support provided either by the program or investments provided by the UAE and investments provided by the private sector, this idea we can build on in order to establish or base other national conferences that will be dedicated in other aspects or other sectors to offer the idea from all its aspects, and where also we can explore the different approaches and pathways to achieve the innovative financing for qualitative programs and important, specifically important programs. Another program or another aspect is that the government also took a decision to establish the investment development fund within the partnership with the private sector. This fund will enable, or this idea can be developed to be funded by an innovative financing as well, or using co-financing to use for that purpose. At the same time, there are other promising factors. Today, the ministries concerned with infrastructure, with critical sectors, need to work on the idea, and there is a decision from the cabinet on that, to prepare projects and submit them to a unit that's called Units for the Partnership with the Private Sector. This unit is also a contact point with the donors. It's like a house of experience, a house of expertise in the nation, to make sure that these projects meet the international standards to be attractive for financing. And they are submitted to the ministry's commission or unit chaired by the Prime Minister, and after that they are proposed as bids, and we can use innovative financing to execute these projects. This is what happens in reality currently regarding how to benefit from innovative financing. We have only 6 minutes remaining, so there is one last concluding question. I want 1 minute, only 1 minute from each speaker, please. What are the practical steps and the implementational steps that can be exerted by or taken by your entities or organizations in the next period to enhance the mobilization of resources and to guarantee the direction of financing towards developmental projects of sustainable and clear impact? Let's start with you, Your Excellency. For us in Yemen, one of the most important steps that can be taken is the League of Yemeni Businessmen Abroad. This is one of our approaches currently. The project is ready. We studied it, and it is in it is about to be executed currently, and it will see the light in 2026. The idea is that Yemen lost $150 billion as a national capital that lost our country during the last 10 years. This is according to the World Bank reports. This capital, of course, doubled a lot in the last 10 years and found investment opportunities in other countries. So how can we benefit from this Yemeni capital and engage them in development and to become part of our financing? Engineer Hassan. As you know, Brother Abdullah, in light of the increasing needs for infrastructure and services projects, and in light of the limitedness of resources, I think there are some things that need to be considered by all of the community of donors. The most important of which is engaging the private sector that is distinguished with effectiveness and decision-making quickly, and also efficiency in work. Also, coordination among donors. This is also an essential point so that efforts are not lost and resources are not in vain. Another point is to make sure we follow new innovative methodologies and approaches in the field of development, like enhancing partnerships, blended finance, to have financing or to receive financing with reduced costs or diversity of costs, in order to reduce the cost in general, and also to enhance efficiency. And maybe the last point or the last factor is to make sure we study the projects are well studied in the appraisal point, so that projects are implemented with high efficiency and high impact on societies. Ms. Laura?
Thank you. I would like to say two things. I mean, the first one is that I think that donors in general don't react well to a long laundry list of priorities that are presented for their funding. And this applies both to traditional donors and more newcomers to funding development. So one of the things that I feel that our organization can do is really to sit down with the government and help them identify a pathway towards the improvement of the sector that has building blocks. What is the precondition? What needs to be done first, etc. And the second point, building a little bit on what the engineer just said, this is not time for mismanagement of resources or inefficient management of resources. I think there is very little tolerance for that. So a very strong attention to efficiency, to cost effectiveness, to value for money in the way in which the programs are designed and articulated and presented. I think that will go a long way with everybody.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Laura. تفضلي دكتورة.
Yeah, of course, I agree with what was said, and I think there is a general agreement among everybody internationally that this task is too complex for one agency to tackle it alone. So multi-sectorality is probably the name of the game. However, once all of this happens, every one of us goes to their corner and then do what they want. So not everybody needs to work on health, for example. Not everybody needs to work on education. There are specialized agencies, people who actually can bring the value for efficiency. And the second thing is that we really have to keep our eyes on the equity part of the whole thing. There are marginalized population within the populations that are actually displaced. So we need to always realize that if the conditions are not perfect, then the ideas should not be conditioned to what we have. Thank you.
Dr. Khalid Salah.
Well, thank you very much. I think the priority for UNESCO will be to try to work with all the stakeholders and all the partners to build consensus around one roadmap. The complementarity between all the partners, all the donors is a really important point in view of the current context of limited resources for everyone. And the coordination among the donors, I think this is something very important as well, to know who is doing what where to avoid duplication and overlap. And in our role as coordinators, we try always to do this, of course. And having now the roadmap for the education sector plan will help us in this. The number of challenges in Yemen are huge. Not a single entity or partner can do it all by himself or herself. I think this complementarity among us, this partnership, this coalition of friends of Yemen is really important, and we really look forward to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salah. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very frank and highly productive discussion. Our path forward resets on primary fundamental pillar established here today, shifting from aid to investment. Success requires us to move beyond traditional aid to innovating financing to drive lasting development. I want to thank our panelists for their input and dedication. The solutions are complex, but the dedication is clear. Our work continues, translating these ideas to tangible outcomes and progress for the Yemeni people. Thank you all for joining us, and take care. Thanks.
شكرا أخ عبد الله. شكرا أستاذ عبد الله.
حياك الله.
تفضل.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us for day 2, Momentum 2025. We will see you back again at this stage with great sessions, inshallah, tomorrow, day 3. Thank you. Have a great one. Bye-bye.